This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A woman went from house to house pleading for help early Sunday morning, telling neighbors her husband has a gun. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a neighbor said Monday that the man sprayed police cars with gunshots for about 20 minutes before being shot.
I talked to one of the neighbors, Lynn Christensen, who said a woman was outside sobbing, ringing her doorbell. Christensen rushed to the door. The woman had moved on to the next house, and the people in that home were calling police. And then she said that she heard gunshots for around 20 minutes. She said this kind of tame statement from Sheridan PD that shots had come from the home. She said that was an understatement. This was 20 minutes of pretty consistent fire, after which police shot him and he ended up hospitalized.
Christensen declined to identify the man shot or his wife publicly. A FedEx driver will be in court on Wednesday to face a charge of aggravated homicide, accused of slamming into a stalled truck on the shoulder of I-80. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that one of two men trying to fix the truck was killed, while another suffered catastrophic injuries.
A 63-year-old FedEx driver from West Jordan, Utah, was arrested on Friday, April 24th. He was driving a FedEx delivery truck when authorities say he veered off to the right side of the road, striking two men who were fixing their pickup truck. This was in Sweetwater County around mile marker 112. Authorities say a camera inside of the FedEx truck showed Chris Shepard sort of bouncing up and down. The Wyoming Highway Patrol listed driver fatigue as a possible contributing factor, although that has not yet been confirmed.
Shepard is now charged with multiple crimes, including aggravated homicide by vehicle, a felony punishable by up to 20 years in prison, and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Amazon is spending $4 billion this year to expand its reach with same-day and next-day deliveries to some of America's most remote places, including Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for rural residents and small businesses, the fast deliveries are a game changer.
In their press person that I talked to, one of the things she noted in the email she sent me is that 60% of their platform are small business owners using it to sell. It's helped a lot of entrepreneurs get started with their business ideas in a much less expensive fashion than they'd be able to otherwise do.
People who live in the middle of nowhere are showing their appreciation for faster rural delivery service by baking cinnamon rolls to thank their drivers. Opposition to Cheyenne data centers is growing as residents become more vocal and sign petitions against them. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one councilman says development has happened so fast it's, quote, completely outstripped the ability of the county and the city to plan.
Councilman Lawrence Wolf said that he has heard there's a petition circulating that is calling for a temporary moratorium on data centers in the Cheyenne area. The argument they have is that data centers consume a lot of water, and there's concern about the coming water supply and the demand. There's concern that electricity costs will go up because data centers are coming in. And there's also concern about viewscapes being tarnished or destroyed.
A meeting was held Monday night where the city council was considering a proposal to rezone acres of a former historic ranch. If they rezone it, if it passes, it will be rezoned as a business park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I've always loved space and football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM opens up your world to a universe of opportunities in life. This is my time. Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started. This is my
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking, now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Welcome to a Tuesday of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Guest today, Pauline Steinhorn, will be on to discuss her latest novel, just dropped about a week ago, Streaming of the River. It's a story of the Holocaust as told through diaries of people who went through it in her family, Pauline's mother and grandmother. Adam Barsouk will be here to discuss his book, Outsmarting Cancer. Matt Murdock, he's the mayor of Pinedale. There's a lot going on in the Sublette County seat. CiCi Oliver will get us up to date on how all the waters are fishing in Wyoming. She's with the Ugly Bug Fly Shop. Representative Karlee Provenza just had to go prove it. She corner crossed. No mention of an arrest yet. Father Chad Ripperger will be on. Father Chad is known worldwide as a Roman Catholic priest, born in Casper, Wyoming, by the way, and probably one of the leading exorcists working today, like casting out demons. What a huge booking for the Cowboy State Daily Show. This guy's been on Tucker Carlson, all the huge talk shows. Julie Kraft will be on, supervisor at Sublette County Weed and Pest. We'll talk about cheatgrass. And now, Jen Coker. What do you know about cheatgrass, Jen? You've been...
I know nothing about cheatgrass, but boy, I want to meet the exorcist. That is amazing.
Dude, Father Chad is going to be really fascinating. I've watched a few of his interviews. I know of him. I had no idea he was born in Casper. Like he's a Wyomingite, which is really cool. That's just sort of the bonus, the icing on the cake of Father Chad, who is, big time exorcism. It's not what you see in the movies. It's not all Hollywood, although he has been involved in cases that included levitation, superhuman strength because of a demonic possessed person. But most often Satan and demonic beings are out there. If you believe in them, if you believe in God, you've got to believe in the devil. You can't pick one and not the other. There are demonic forces. There is spiritual warfare, and it doesn't always progress to the level of possession where you're bleeding out of your eyes and foaming at the mouth. But your behavior is sometimes influenced by demonic beings. And Father Chad he gets 400 to 800 calls for intervention a year to help people. Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I did a story on an empath in Douglas.
Yeah.
And she did a similar thing where she chased spirits out of houses and that type of thing. And I was such a skeptic anytime I hear empath and whatnot. And I'm telling you, Jake, I met with her and she could see into my soul.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh my God, can she sense what I'm thinking? I mean, it was her intensity.
Yes.
And then she offered to give me a session and I was way too afraid.
Yeah, I would.
Please don't dig in. Please.
Same.
I've worked really hard to build barriers.
To bury things I don't want to acknowledge, all that. Yes, I do not need an unearthing of me.
No, I don't have the fortitude to take it.
Jen, same. I totally get it. Yes, free reading. I don't care if, no.
And don't tell me what's going to happen in the future. I just don't need to know.
Right. I don't want to know any of that stuff. I agree. Sometimes you meet people like that. They are gifted in certain ways.
So gifted,
yeah. And you got to be careful where those gifts come from, in my opinion. Now, secular
100%.
world, in my opinion, yes, there are giftings from your creator, from God, and those should be used to glorify God. But there are giftings that don't come from He.
I learned that in college. I was playing around with a Ouija board with my roommates, and I came home and told my mom that. And my mom's like the nicest person, never lost her lid. She did at that moment. She's like, never did.
Did you see the back of mom's hand? Did she get the hairbrush?
She almost did. She was a roller pin kind of woman. She once chased like a member of the KKK off our porch with a roller pin. It was awesome.
Nice.
But so that was, I don't like to dabble. I don't like to unearth spirits. I like to kind of keep the peace.
Right. Don't mess, because it opens the door a crack. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't even go there. So, Jen, you've been cloaking around since I saw you last a week ago.
Yeah. I give you nothing to talk about with me this morning.
Kind of not.
I'm leaving you hanging. Okay, this weekend I will not do that to you, though. I'm working on right now. I was at that human trafficking conference, it's one of those things where you learn so much, but then you have to Wyomingize it. You have to make it relevant. So that's where the work is right now for me. And I'm looking at trafficking. I interviewed the one of the trainers for Truckers Against Trafficking. And you might not realize this, Jake. I did not, but certain industries draw trafficking because they go where the money is, and one of those is, energy and construction. So we have quite a few large energy projects in the works. So I'm going to look to see what preventive measures are going up to prevent. Because remember, trafficking is typically a person trafficking another adult, and it looks like legal sex buys. And I learned that most of this is done over the internet. I did not know that. As far as trying to find somebody online to engage in sex with, and a lot of times these women and men are being trafficked, and the buyers don't realize that.
I like when law enforcement also uses the internet as a tool and fights fire with fire on the internet. Whether they pose as a prospective minor or whatever. I mean, good.
Yeah, I've sat in on those busts, and they're fascinating.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting. So I'm working
on that, Jake, and I'm sitting on a bombshell. I'm waiting for the bombshell to go off, but it's a Jane Doe ID. Yeah. And the woman had links to Wyoming, and it's a very old cold case in another state. And I've been told that they have not only identified this person, but they've also identified the person who murdered her, which is astounding decades later. Wow. So I've been told that the arrest is imminent, but I cannot release any other details.
Ooh, okay. This is big, decades old. So yeah, a potential resolution for family and friends, and
the forensic work behind this. I've been waiting on this. It's going on a year. I played the long game on a lot of this stuff, but just the forensic work behind the scenes, and I think I found it fascinating how much can be done with so little, as long as you have, police departments and law enforcement agencies willing to put the work in and the resources. This stuff is not free, but these cases are solvable. And I find that very exciting.
You think about, an evidence room that has something in there from the 1980s or 90s, and it was put there and forgotten, dust gathering, and at the time you thought there'll be no use for this. The carpet remnant from a homicide, we tested it, we did all we could in 1991. We'll just throw it in the corner. Go back now.
Now, yeah. And I see some. This is how this works. Agencies will go back and look, and in this case, it never left. It was a big deal for this particular town, and so this person was very much in the consciousness of this town and this law enforcement department. So they just, kept at it. They've been at it for decades.
Wow, Jen, you just leaving us hanging right there. Whoa.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have to keep people talking to me, listening to me. The only way to do that is leave a little nugget.
Very smart. Yeah. All right. I see where you're going.
Otherwise, nobody cares what I say.
No, that's not true. And people really hear what you say well, because shout out to whatever microphone you're using. How you sound so good. Okay.
It's a real cheap microphone from Amazon.
It sounds great. You always sound really good, and I appreciate that, getting good audio. Like some of our guys, they're on the speaker or whatever. It just sounds.
Yeah, I used to be one of those, but I upped my game.
Yeah.
With $30. $30 purchase.
Totally worth it. That mic doesn't owe you a dime. You sound
I'm glad it's working.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can't wait to hear to get some revelation. Probably the story is going to pop before we see you again next week.
I just don't. I mean, I've been told a year ago this was imminent. I have no idea. I just don't know. I just keep checking in.
All right.
So it'll happen one of these days, and it's just so exciting for the family, the department, the town, everything.
Get ready, listeners and readers of the Cowboy State Daily. Jen Coker's going to break one for you here pretty soon. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Have a great day, great week.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Tuesday. What a lineup of guests we have. Jam-packed fun and excitement, education, entertainment, all that stuff. Pauline Steinhorn will be on next. She's an author, filmmaker, and her latest topic is pretty interesting. It's been done to death, the Holocaust, but not quite done. Always useful to get a reminder so we don't repeat. And her take on it, her story, her book, already getting rave reviews. We'll drop in with Pauline next, or she'll drop in with us.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always
be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Weather is on the improve as far as clearing up a little bit, warming up a little bit. The day weather forecast. Still a chance of snow and rain in Casper with highs 52. Lander 53 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Evanston, slight chance of snow before 3. Otherwise, mostly sunny 47. Rock Springs 52. Sunny, breezy. Pinedale, chance of snow. We're going to Pinedale today to visit with their mayor. That'll be fun. 48 the high in Pinedale. Afton, snow, rain, 49 the high. Du Bois, breezy with a chance of snow, mainly in the afternoon, with a high of 43. Jackson, chance of snow or rain, with highs 50. Patchy fog and Thermop for the morning. The chance of snow or rain in the afternoon, with highs 55. Cody, 53, with rain or snow. Buffalo, 48, rain or snow. Sheridan, foggy morning and a chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s. Gillette, chance of snow or rain with highs 50. Newcastle, snow, rain, 48. Torrington, snow, rain, 52. Chance of snow or rain, breezy in the state capital, Cheyenne, with highs 50. Laramie, you'll get to 43 today. Slight chance of snow, otherwise partly sunny. Rollins, chance of snow with highs mid-40s. That's the day weather forecast across the state. And let's get to the Zoom room. Get our next guest in here. It's author, filmmaker, Pauline Steinhorn. Pauline, how's your morning going?
It's going great. How's yours?
Good so far, but I just barely got started. I'm sure something will aggravate me by the time we get to the next commercial break. Who knows?
Who knows? You never know what's going to happen, right?
Pauline, I'm ready to order your book. I can't wait to read it. I read some snippets. The beginning hooked me. The first sentence of a book has to grab you. And your first sentence was "Fall in Poland is beautiful," or something like that. And the river, in the river meaning, and what river is it, by the way?
It's the River Kamienna, which is in southeastern Poland. And my family my Polish family lived on a house that you just opened the back door and there was the river. And for the children, if you can imagine, they just run out the door and there was the river and there was wildflowers blooming and big sandy beach that a lot of the people in the community came to, and they loved it. So the reason for the title Dreaming of the River is that the river meant hope that they would survive. My mother and grandmother would survive the camps and one day be reunited with their family along the river.
Dreaming of the river symbolizing that hope of getting home, getting back to normal, getting back to something that is not Nazism. And that's what was going on in the Holocaust. Pauline Steinhorn, award-winning filmmaker and author, storyteller. You've seen her stuff on probably Maryland Public Television, PBS in general, Sesame Street, Discovery Channel, U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, the Smithsonian, and many other places. Her articles have appeared all over. You maybe saw a snippet or read a snippet of the book in the Wall Street Journal. Maybe that hooked you into saying, man, she needs to write a book about this. She did. Yeah. And this story, what makes this story unique, and every story of the Holocaust needs to be told so we remember, never forget. But each one has a unique twist. And this one, you can't get more unique than getting right inside. For you, it's personal, it's family. It's the diaries of your mother and grandmother. Come on, this story practically wrote itself, but Pauline certainly added life to it. How did you first discover the diaries? When you read them, did they come alive for you? Did you say, I have to tell this story?
Well, I've been hearing my mother's story since I was very young. She had a friend who came over on a regular basis who would, when I was about 5, and she would tell her story. And the way that I knew that something interesting was going on, even at 5 or 6 years old, was my brothers and I were told to go down to the basement, and she closed the door, and she never closed the door. She said, stay down there until I tell you to come up.
Right.
And she told her Holocaust stories of 3 years living in labor camps and Bergen-Belsen. And she had these diaries that she started writing in the displaced person camp in 1945. She was told, no one will believe this happened unless you write these stories. So she had been working on a memoir that was never finished. And at the end of her life, that was her regret, was that she didn't finish her memoir of the war years. I promised to finish it for her. What surprised me was my grandmother's journals. I didn't know anything about my grandmother's story. And I found them about a year after I edited my mother's stories and thought, well, this will be great for the family. And then I found these stories of my grandmother, who was part of the resistance, had a rifle over her shoulder, was with the men fighting off, or guarding bridges so that to let everyone know if the German army was coming. And she also smuggled medicine into the labor camps with the help of some Christian supervisors who were very kind and compassionate. And she helped save lives in the camps. And I thought, that's a story I've never heard before. Someone within the camps saving lives.
Yeah, and this nightmare began, I think, in 1939, at least for this would be the grandmother, right?
Grandmother and my mother. My mother was 10 when the war broke out.
And now, this story, by the way, Pauline Steinhorn's book, the new book, Dreaming of the River, A Mother and Daughter's Fight for Survival During the Holocaust, published by Amsterdam, dropped on April 13th. So you can get out there, click order now, and read more. This story, do you change the names? We follow the life of who? We follow the 10-year-old who every 10-year-old, goes through a growing time, these preteen years, and the 10-year-old changes over the course of time, and the mother changes, and that the stories of the labor camps, the Bergen-Belsen concentration camps, incredible, I would imagine, to read it and then relive it and then write it for Pauline Steinhorn. Do you use whose names? Like, how real life is this? You had to fill in the blanks, I'm sure.
I did a lot of research. I listened to other people's testimony of their time in these camps. And so that sort of fleshed out what was going on. I also know my mother very well and my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother living with us. So I knew when they would, talk about walking through the forest on their way to the gardens where they worked. My mother knew every wildflower in the forest, and she knew what time to expect them to bloom. So I did some research on Poland to find out what flowers were blooming. And my mother could tell the seasons based on what flowers were blooming. And I added that detail. But every story in here is absolutely true. There are a few names that are changed. My mother, in her writing, Americanized many of the names of the people in her barracks who saved her life. And then there's one best friend, my grandmother's best friend. My mother ended up visiting her while she was in the camps. And she had papers saying that she was Catholic, even though she was raised Jewish, which is how she survived the war. She never told her children that she was Jewish. She didn't want them to suffer any anti-Semitism or any persecution the way her friends had. And my mother went back and visited this family. The children, who were adults by then, never knew. I changed her name for her privacy. I didn't feel like it was my place to let this family know that they were originally Jewish. But everything is true. It's all fact. And I researched every single event and every person that they wrote about. So it's fact.
Yeah. Research to make this book as factual as can be, but the original spark, the inspiration, the spirit for the story is told in the diaries of both mother and daughter. Reviews are in about the book. One review: seldom do writers on the Holocaust have access to diaries from both mother and her daughter. With these materials in hand, Pauline crafts a wonderful book. How important is it to get both generations of women in the family and their take on what was happening at the time in Germany and Poland? Is there any insight that's particularly valuable? Did they write to or about each other? And I don't know.
That's a good question. My mother was 13 when she went into the camps. She was the youngest one there by 3 years. And her focus was her friendships, surviving. She had her first boyfriend in a slave labor camp. They held hands. He asked to kiss her at one point, and she said, "I'm too young to kiss a boy." Those are things that, it's reminiscent of Anne Frank's diaries, only these are happening within the labor camp. My mother didn't write about the history. She wasn't really aware of what was going on unless she saw it. My grandmother was very aware of what was going on. And so I found it very interesting to hear I knew my mother's stories. I'd known them for my life. And then to find my grandmother's journals. And can I I don't know how much time we have left. I'll just tell you one little story, if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, before you do, Pauline, I just think it's fascinating to see the two different takes on the same experience. The grandmother has the background, the knowledge to know the planes flying over Poland. Is Poland getting prepared for what could be war? And then sure enough, war comes. She has that understanding. Meanwhile, the 13-year-old, she thinks about how this affects her life right now, her friends. It's incredible. Yeah.
And that's very well said.
Yeah. So tell us. Yeah, please.
Okay. So I grew up with my children. I grew up hearing this story over and over about how my mother was called out of her barrack, which meant that she must have done something wrong. And she walks outside her barrack, and she'd been in the camp for about 6 months. And she thinks she sees a mirage. She sees her mother walking toward her wearing a Red Cross armband. And it is her mother. It's my grandmother and I knew that story. My grandmother visited my mother maybe 15 minutes, and then she left. And my mother was in tears, but very hopeful that everything's going to be okay after seeing her mother. I never knew anything else about that story. And then I find my grandmother's journals, and she writes about how she escaped from her slave labor camp with a Red Cross armband given to her by a kind Polish non-Jewish supervisor. She gets to the gates of the camp. She demands, "I'm here to see Hayuta Feldman," my mother's Polish name. And the guard says, "Do you have your papers?" And she says, "Of course I have my papers. You think I would come here without papers? Let me in. I have very little time." And he said, "Okay, go in." She didn't have any papers. She didn't have authorization. And She was pointed to the administration building. Another guard who was right there said, "Go get Hayuta." She followed him to the barrack and met my mom. They visited, and afterwards she goes out, leaves the camp, and looks around and thinks, "Okay, I know some of my friends are hiding in that forest. I could go join them right now. If anyone stopped me, I have a Red Cross armband. I could say, I'm here to deliver a baby, at that farm over there." Or she could sneak back into her camp, and she has to decide what's the best thing for her daughter for her to do.
That's a real fork in the road in the story. You'll have to buy the book, read the story to find out the decision made, what happened. Can you talk a little bit about, as authors, I find two things reading a book that are super important. I need my authors to get dialogue right. It can't sound stilted. It can't sound faked. For you, dialogue was like handed to you, I would imagine, with the diary. So you kind of had that covered. The other thing I really like to see is painting the scene, putting me there. And I imagine as a filmmaker, you are really good at that. In fact, there is a review on the website, Cinematic Quality to the Writing. Cinematography in a film, you understand that, and somehow you bring it to the page in a book. Does the filmmaking help you there?
It helped me tremendously. I've written essays before. I've written many, hundreds of scripts, and that was my goal with the book. And that's where my creativity came in. I really wanted everyone to feel like they were in that scene. And I've heard from many people, especially people who are my colleagues from the film industry, that I succeeded. So I'm proud of that fact. And a lot of that had to do with the research of, finding photos. What did it look like? What did it feel like? What did, other testimonials say about the experience? And so I supplemented those with what my mother and grandmother wrote.
Fantastic. I'm sure I got to read the book to be absolutely sure. But Pauline Steinhorn just brings us right there, whether it's on the idyllic banks of the river Kamiana or in the labor camps, and you can feel every tired bone in your body and a constant hunger, I would imagine. It all comes alive in the book, Dreaming of the River. Find it on wherever you find the books. One last thing, Pauline, let me ask you about the excerpt, the short story, the essay that was in the newspaper, that was in Wall Street Journal, which makes me think of, maybe when you're on a book tour and you do a reading, how do you choose what small part of the book you want to highlight? Like you want someone to read the whole book and you say, here's a piece of it. Where do you go in the book for that?
You're asking wonderful questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think that story, when I wrote that right after I found my grandmother's journals for the Wall Street Journal. And that story of her being taken out of the camp and treating, being asked to care for an infant of one of the guards amazed me. That she could, despite how she was treated in these camps, she could look at this infant and the mother and see innocence and say, the baby is not responsible. This young mother who loves her child and just wants to care for her, they're not responsible for the evils of the Nazis. And perhaps this guard may not be either. But that, I think, is a really compelling story, and it shows her humanity. And humanity is how many people survived. It took a lot of luck, too. But if you were able, as a prisoner in war, if you were able to maintain your humanity and remember what it's like to be a human being and care for others and have hope and have joy, there was also a lot of humor. I was at a book launch recently, and I told some humorous stories, and people are probably amazed that there was humor to be found in a concentration camp. but that's one way that they stayed alive.
Yeah. And that highlights the humanism of it. When this story is told, you hope stories of the Holocaust center on the humanism, the human aspect. This story is how a grandmother perceived it, or a mother at that time perceived it, and her preteen daughter. How did they see Nazi Germany in the 1940s? And they were in labor camps. They would know. This story rebrought to life, rebreathed the life into it. Pauline Steinhorn. Go get that book. Find it. Where should we buy it, Pauline?
You can order it on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, and some local bookstores near me are carrying it out in Maryland, and you can also order it from your local bookstore.
Have you been to Poland, by the way?
I have, yes.
Part of the research, yeah.
I was nervous about going, and then I got there, and I was received so warmly by the people there. It was really lovely, and I felt like I had gone home.
Pauline Steinhorn, her latest book dropped just a couple of weeks ago. Go get it now. Barnes & Noble, Amazon, your local bookstore. Dreaming of the River, a mother and daughter's fight for survival during the Holocaust. It's available on Amsterdam Publishers. Thank you, Pauline, for making us part of your day.
Thank you very much. It was a joy talking to you.
I'm going to play a commercial and head to Amazon myself. I got a new purchase. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more after this.
Wyoming is a place where people aren't afraid to get a little dirty and work a little harder to live the American dream. It's a place where neighbors still check on one another. Strangers greet you with a wave and a smile, and a random act of kindness is never out of the question. From the mountains full of elk, to the farmer's field full of pronghorn, to the streams teeming with cutthroat trout, we choose to live in the best place in America. And Cowboy State Daily covers all of it every day at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back here on Tuesday. We welcome into the discussion Dr. Adam Barsouk. Let me pause to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Probably not.
No, that's perfect.
Hey! I'm 1 for 1. Adam, Dr. Barsouk is an oncology fellow at Johns Hopkins University, resident physician at the University of Pennsylvania. He's written numerous articles about science, medicine, policy. He's been featured in Forbes, Newsweek, Fox News, Business Insider, and now on the Cowboy State Daily Show. He's going to discuss his book, Outsmarting Cancer, Risk Reduction and the Power of Prevention, recently published, Outsmarting Cancer. Doctor, I guess we got to begin with cancer. I mean, there's not a one of us that's not touched by it, whether it's first person, 2 degrees, 3 degrees of separation, a family member, a friend. There's a reason they call it the big C and not the little c. It's everywhere, and we don't have enough time to discuss why, but we'll do our best, and then you'll have to read the book. What is the deal with cancer? Why does it seem we're seeing it? And by the way, it is the number one now killer, right? I mean, ooh.
Exactly. Something like 1 in 2, 1 in 3 Americans are going to have cancer. So that means basically everyone knows someone who suffers with a disease. Most of us, I myself, I've lost many close family members, which is what inspired me to go into the field. And the scariest part, as you're saying, is it's on the rise, particularly among young adults, those under 50. The rates of cancer have more than doubled in the last 30 years. And it's a frightening prospect. I'm seeing people in the clinic younger than myself, which we'd never seen before in the past. And that's why it's so important to try and get to the bottom of what's causing this rise in cancers. And that's what much of my research has been focused in. We know that there are many contributing factors between obesity, our diets, the processed foods that we're eating, the air and water pollution, the microplastics. There's so many risk factors that are contributing to this rise. And that's why it's so important that folks get educated.
Yeah, keep in mind now, our discussion with Dr. Barsouk is not so much curing cancer. There's efforts underway, and hopefully we're going to throw as much money at it as we can and get to that day. But we're talking about preventing cancer, and the book talks about preventing cancer. Let's begin with a diet, doctor. We heard in times past, whether that was I don't know how much truth behind it, but red meat, smoking, these are all cancer causers. Are they still? And what do we find out? What can we do about our lifestyle and our diet to ward off cancer?
No, exactly. Smoked meats, processed meats, red meats are all associated with an increased risk of colon, stomach cancer. So trying to minimize those best you can. Instead, doing things like lean meats, poultry, vegetables, fruits, all of those, whole wheat, right? All of those are protective fibers. They're feeding the bacteria in your gut, and that helps to actually reduce that inflammation that causes cancer. So diet is really important. And the other huge aspect of it is the ultra-processed foods, right? Something like 70% of what Americans eat these days is ultra-processed. It's coming prepackaged. It's been on the shelf for months to years. It's full of preservatives. And that stuff is honestly slowly poisoning us. So the more we can get back to fresh foods, right? What you get, what the farmers are growing, right? As close as you can to the farmers market, to the fruits, the vegetables, the whole wheats, fresh dairies, right? That's where the healthy foods are.
Dr. Adam Barsouk is with us. We're talking about how to prevent cancer to begin with. And yeah, the diet, the red meats, anything in cellophane that has a best of date that outlives your cat. That's probably something you want to eat in caution, consume with certain limitations. Let's talk about environmental stuff today. I've heard in the radio business, our engineer goes to radio tower, he's exposed to RF, rays. I don't know, that might have something, but certainly these microplastics, that has become a buzzword of the day. We're finding them everywhere, like fish, whales eat them, and it's our world today, microplastics. What's the correlation to cancer there?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't worry about radio frequencies or phones or electronics. Those are all fully safe. Okay. But I will say, yeah, each person these days I read has about a plastic water bottle worth of plastic just inside your body. Yeah. We're full of it. It's in the water we drink. It's in the food we eat. It's a problem that we've been polluting for decades now without thinking about the consequences. And unfortunately, we're seeing more and more that these microplastics are linked with all sorts of health conditions, heart disease, infertility, right? Like among men these days, sperm counts are way down, and also risks of various types of cancers. And so it's something that it's quite difficult to address because it's everywhere. But the best thing that we can do is any water you drink, trying to avoid plastic water bottles, use a water filter at home that gets some of it out. Try and minimize plastic utensils, plastic Tupperwares, especially heating in them, plastic cutting boards, plastic dishwasher and laundry detergents. The more we can remove plastic from our day-to-day lives, the less of it we'll consume.
Cancer is on the rise. We talked about that. So is, pretty much from what I read and see, obesity. There's a link there. Obesity it's not good for anything to do with you, whether it's heart or lungs or your whole body, your joints. But what is the link? Obesity, cancer. Is there a proven link there?
Exactly. So there is a proven link. People with obesity have a much higher risk of numerous cancers. It's not just the gut, it's everywhere. Breast cancer, lung cancer. And a lot of that has to do with the excess fat in your body. It kind of sends your immune system into overdrive. It causes that inflammation. And that's what leads cancer cells down the path to becoming cancerous.
All right.
And that's where we're seeing a huge prospect these days with the GLP-1 drugs.
Yes.
Right. You see them everywhere. The Ozempic, Mounjaro, you can't watch TV without an ad for them. But
Right.
there actually is very compelling data that these drugs may reduce your risk of cancer because they fight obesity and they also fight those underlying pathways that cancer cells use to grow. So for people who are overweight and obese, who are unable to lose it on their own, especially if you have diabetes, heart disease, other issues, definitely something worth talking about with your doctor.
I was going to ask you that, whether you consider these GLP-1s like Ozempic and whatever. I get like 4 advertisements in my email daily for the Ozempic. Are they like cheap shortcuts, or whether you see some value there?
I think it's a little bit of both. Yeah, I think they're very valuable and effective at helping you lose weight. The problem is that they're you become dependent on it. If you take it and you lose the weight, when you stop the drug, the weight all comes back. So the best way to think about it, as I tell my patients, is it's a tool, right? It's one of the tools in your toolbox to try and improve your lifestyle, but you have to do it in tangent with improving your diet, increasing physical activity, because by itself, it's more of a crutch than a tool.
We're talking to Dr. Adam Barsouk. He's the author of Outsmarting Cancer. We'll talk about the book and where you can get it momentarily, but let's talk about, you can do all the right things. You can be healthy as can be, and your diet's great, but let's talk about genetic disposition. Your father and his father, and going back, they've had a history of, skin cancer or some kind of cancer. Is there, what is going on with that? And how do we fight DNA?
Exactly. So something like 10% of all cancers are hereditary. So it's not a huge amount, but it certainly is there, especially if it's the same kind of cancer, generation after generation, or related cancers, right? If you have a strong family history of breast, ovarian cancer, right? That's something that's really worth talking to your doctor about and getting genetically tested, because there are certain genes called BRCA that increase your risk of that. But if it's a lot of different kinds of cancer and it's not every one of your family members, it's just an aunt there, an uncle here, odds are most likely it's not genetic. It's just cancer is very common. And even if it is genetic, that doesn't mean it's a guarantee, right? There's still things we can do. There's a lot of fascinating research right now, clinical trials about cancer vaccines to prevent cancers in those who are high risk. There's certain surgeries and other procedures you can get to take out organs if you do have these mutations. So the most important part is knowing, and that's why it's so important to talk to your doctor about your family history and get genetically tested if it's warranted.
Doctor, I'll tell our radio engineer he's probably safe going to the tower to fix stuff.
Exactly.
But what are some high-risk occupations and industries?
Yeah, definitely anyone who's a factory worker, if you're exposed to chemicals, air pollutants, right? It's so important to wear a mask. Things like, funny enough, people who deal with dyes all day, like hair barbers, that sort of thing. It's been shown to be linked with risks of bladder cancer, lung cancer as well. So really anyone who's breathing in chemicals or touching chemicals, it's so important to wear a mask, to wear gloves, to know what you're dealing with. And I'll say one other tidbit for anyone, in fact, something like 1/4 of the people who live in this country, they are probably getting exposed to radon, which is a gas that a lot of us have in our basements. So you don't even have to be going to work. It could be in your own home. And that's why it's so important to look up if your area has radon. You can just Google it And if it does, then get a radon test to see if your home needs remediation.
And those are not ant traps. If you watch The Office, radon test kits, free radon test kits, often available. I think the county that I'm in offers them. Look into that. Hey, let's back up a little bit. And, to the degree you're able to discuss and to the degree we're able to understand, we're just regular people. We're not doctors and scientists like you. What is cancer? It's my understanding that cancer is the body trying to do the right thing, creating cells to fight off a perceived enemy, but things go haywire. What is cancer?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Cancer is a cell that has stopped following its own instructions. Right, all of our cells have DNA. Those are the blueprint, the instructions that help them work together to make your body function. And cancer is a cell that's gone haywire, that's gone kind of off the rails and is doing its own thing, growing on its own, and in the process spreading to other parts of the body, using up your energy, using up your blood. So really, there's a lot of things that cause it, but anything that causes mutations in DNA, right, that messes with that cell's instructions. And particularly now we're seeing it's that inflammation. So that's when your immune system goes into overdrive. It starts attacking itself. And kind of as a consequence, one of the bystanders are these cells that end up having their DNA messed up. And when their blueprints are messed up, they don't know what to do. They start growing, they start expanding rapidly. And before you know it, that's how cancer arises. So that's why it's so important to understand the root causes and the lifestyle factors, because all of them, cancer, it's a lottery. There you have 1 million cells every day that are replicating. Any of them could become cancerous, but anything we can do that pushes and pulls, slightly pushes the odds in the favor of the cells not becoming cancerous, that's what we ought to do to try and minimize the risk in the long run.
Cancer has now overtaken heart disease as the leading cause of death in many developed countries, including the United States. This book from Dr. Barsouk doesn't talk so much about curing cancer, because to me, the cures that we've come up with so far seem like primitive, brutal. We almost have to kill the subject to kill the cancer. Hey, how about preventing it? Maybe half or more of the cancer killing causes can be prevented. And Dr. Barsouk has written a book to talk about it. You mentioned your book explores a wide range of overlooked and misunderstood risk factors. What's an overlooked cancer risk factor?
Yeah. So, the radon that we talked about, the gas in people's basements that a lot of folks don't know about, have never heard about. Things as simple as, sunscreen and hats in the sun. I think a lot of us don't think about it. But every time you're getting exposed to the sun, you're increasing your risk of skin cancer, which is the most common kind of cancer out there. So, simple little changes like that can make a huge difference in the long run.
Dr. Barsouk, our time is about up. I talk about the book. Obviously, you can find it in wherever you find books and order books. It's called Outsmarting Cancer, Risk Reduction and the Power of Prevention. What inspired you to write the book? Obviously, you want to get the word out. You want to just tell one person, 10 people. You want to tell them by the thousands, millions, hopefully. And so the book, is this your first foray into writing?
Exactly. This is my first published book. It's available at any bookstore. You can Google Outsmarting Cancer. You'll find it there. I lost close family members, grandparents growing up to what I think are preventable cancers. They may have been exposed to radiation from Chernobyl. And as that's what inspired me to get into medicine. And the more I've done research, the more I've worked with patients, the more I've realized how much missed opportunity there is. How many people are getting sick because we're not talking about the causes of cancer, and we're not addressing those root causes as a society. So that's why I want to get the word out there. And there's so much information, much more than we could talk about in this short interview, all the various ways that cancer affects our lives and how we can reduce that risk. And I'd love for people to read the book and let me know what they think. Outsmarting Cancer. It's available wherever you get books, as you said.
Yeah, we've left you just enough info to get inspired and get excited about reading the book. Purchase the book, read the book, because we want to make the big C the little c, and the big C is going to be cure. We're going to make a big P, prevent cancer, with Dr. Adam Barsouk. Check out the book. Google for Outsmarting Cancer. Thanks for being on today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, friend.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Tuesday. We got a lot more coming up. Next hour, Matt Murdock will be here, the mayor of Pinedale. CiCi Oliver will tell us all how the waters are fishing. She's a fishing machine. And Jackie Dorothy will pop in next hour. It's all coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Thanks for making us a part of your Tuesday. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A woman went from house to house pleading for help early Sunday morning, telling neighbors her husband has a gun. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a neighbor said Monday that the man sprayed police cars with gunshots for about 20 minutes before being shot.
I talked to one of the neighbors, Lynn Christensen, who said a woman was outside sobbing, ringing her doorbell. Christensen rushed to the door. The woman had moved on to the next house, and the people in that home were calling police. And then she said that she heard gunshots for around 20 minutes. She said this kind of tame statement from Sheridan PD that shots had come from the home. She said that was an understatement. This was 20 minutes of pretty consistent fire, after which police shot him and he ended up hospitalized.
Christensen declined to identify the man shot or his wife publicly. A FedEx driver will be in court on Wednesday to face a charge of aggravated homicide, accused of slamming into a stalled truck on the shoulder of I-80. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that one of two men trying to fix the truck was killed, while another suffered catastrophic injuries.
A 63-year-old FedEx driver from West Jordan, Utah, was arrested on Friday, April 24th. He was driving a FedEx delivery truck when authorities say he veered off to the right side of the road, striking two men who were fixing their pickup truck. This was in Sweetwater County around mile marker 112. Authorities say a camera inside of the FedEx truck showed Chris Shepard sort of bouncing up and down. The Wyoming Highway Patrol listed driver fatigue as a possible contributing factor, although that has not yet been confirmed.
Shepard is now charged with multiple crimes, including aggravated homicide by vehicle, a felony punishable by up to 20 years in prison, and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Amazon is spending $4 billion this year to expand its reach with same-day and next-day deliveries to some of America's most remote places, including Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for rural residents and small businesses, the fast deliveries are a game changer.
In their press person that I talked to, one of the things she noted in the email she sent me is that 60% of their platform are small business owners using it to sell. It's helped a lot of entrepreneurs get started with their business ideas in a much less expensive fashion than they'd be able to otherwise do.
People who live in the middle of nowhere are showing their appreciation for faster rural delivery service by baking cinnamon rolls to thank their drivers. Opposition to Cheyenne data centers is growing as residents become more vocal and sign petitions against them. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one councilman says development has happened so fast it's, quote, completely outstripped the ability of the county and the city to plan.
Councilman Lawrence Wolf said that he has heard there's a petition circulating that is calling for a temporary moratorium on data centers in the Cheyenne area. The argument they have is that data centers consume a lot of water, and there's concern about the coming water supply and the demand. There's concern that electricity costs will go up because data centers are coming in. And there's also concern about viewscapes being tarnished or destroyed.
A meeting was held Monday night where the city council was considering a proposal to rezone acres of a former historic ranch. If they rezone it, if it passes, it will be rezoned as a business park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday here in hour 2. We're headed to Sublette County. We're going to Pinedale. This is Pinedale Mayor Matt Murdock. And Pinedale, of course, facing challenges like a lot of communities in Wyoming. The housing, certainly growth, smart growth. And those data centers, Mayor, all the data centers proposed for Sublette County. No, that's not one of the issues Mayor Murdock is having to deal with. They don't even have a stoplight in the county, right?
That's correct. Good morning, Jake. It's nice to see you. How are you?
I'm good. Once in a while, I'll see Pinedale in the heat of summer visitation run a flashing light on the main street. But other than that, yeah, a traffic device is not needed in the county. My favorite part about Sublette, and I love Pinedale. Let's start with the airport. My friend Dave Smith is a pilot. He flies in and out of the airport. What are you doing with the airport? You had a special meeting on April 20th just to talk about the improvements going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's we are blessed with just a really quality airport that has been developed over the years. It's owned by the town of Pinedale, operated by the town of Pinedale. We are seeing a lot more traffic. The airport currently brings over $13 million a year into the county through the airport. So it's a pretty busy airport. We're seeing more and more traffic, NetJets, FlexJets, aircraft that can't fit into Jackson or other areas. And so we've just approved the construction of a much larger hangar so we can start housing some of those larger aircraft and then get some lease out for that, hopefully some fuel sales. And it's really exciting. So we have a lot of growth going on out there. And it, feeds into, one of the things that we've talked about is for some of the more larger aircraft, you need to have a fire suppression program. So we're actually including fire suppression in the hangar, which means you have to have our water stored, which actually feeds into the overall Sublette County Unified Fire. We're going to provide water for refuels for fire trucks in the outlying areas. So there's nearly 700 homes that could benefit from having stored water out by the airport. So there's kind of just a ring of benefits that come along.
Yeah, it sounds like you've had to really get up to speed on all things about the airport, town council members as well, I imagine. But you probably have an airport director. Do you have somebody there?
That is correct. Yeah, we have a wonderful airport operator, and he's fantastic. And then our public works guys. So, work with really good people, give them everything they need to get their job done and help them to get it done what they think is best, right? So.
Let's talk about that beautiful Main Street. A community is only as good as its Main Street. I love this one. You got historic steakhouse, you got Cowboy Shop, you got you got new influx of the Wind River Brewery. By the way, I'm DJing the Wind River Brew Fest September 12th.
Hey,
I'll be down.
all right.
I'll see
That's
you down
great.
there. I can't wait. I love Pinedale, that Main Street. But, Main Streets they happen organically, but they sometimes need a little help. Redevelopment, keeping a Main Street energized. What are you doing? What is the mayor doing and the town doing to make sure Pinedale looks great?
So, I think it's one of the things. It's a community effort. We have a group called Sage and Snow that do those wonderful flower barrels that go along the street every summer. Just adds different businesses can kind of chip in and have a barrel in front of their business. Cowboy Shop has several. That really adds a lot. I think one of the biggest challenges we always have, especially in towns in Wyoming, is with YDOT. YDOT sees it as their highway, and we see it as our main street. So we have been really working well with YDOT this last few years, and they've got a big project coming through to kind of do a resurfacing. We came back and said, could we think about pedestrian safety as well? And so it's going to be great. It's going to be adding some more pedestrian safety, some ADA compliance, getting rid of some bad left turns. It's going to be good. I cross that street as a running joke in Pinedale. I cross that street going back and forth from home, and people don't realize how busy that street is. Taking a left-hand turn is very difficult, and nearly if people would follow the traffic regulations, it might be a bit safer. So it is a bit risky. I've come a couple of times where I don't know if they're targeting the mayor or if it just happens to be someone walking down the highway. So
I don't think so. It can get busy, but I'll tell you one thing I notice about it, and I know firsthand, not through experience, thank goodness. You better go this. You better woe it down, when you go through Pinedale.
Exactly.
I'm in the Hoback Nation. I travel south to Rock Springs, Evanston, and I go through Pinedale. I make sure I go through Pinedale and make a stop there. But I've learned Boulder, I might lead foot it through a little bit, but not Pinedale, man. You get it down to 20 or 25 in Pinedale. You better.
We're at 25 in the town. That's correct. But not everybody respects that. And then it's difficult. So we got some nice improvements coming that I think will make it safer and also just better for people to come through. We obviously want to encourage people to slow down and, hey, check out the Cowboy Shop. Hey, check out Los Cabos. Check out the China Gourmet, because we have amazing restaurants. We have amazing stores in this town. We want people to slow down, see it, maybe enjoy it. If we have an event like the Brew Fest or something else going on, please slow down and join us, right?
Yeah.
And think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah. All right. Pinedale Mayor Matt Murdock is with us. Let's talk about growth or expected growth. There's boom. Pinedale's very much a boom bust town. I remember during boom times when the patch is going crazy, the Halliburton Hotel there's been boom times in Pinedale, and managing for growth. We've got a helium project south of Marbleton that could bring some growth. I know people personally, some spillover from Jackson has got to Pinedale, whether that's permanent residents or even commuters making a 1 hour, 20-minute drive. Like, there's growth going on, yes?
There is definitely growth going on. We had a traffic study completed, and we've seen numbers going as high as like 4,000 people by 2040. We have nearly 900 homes in preliminary plat with the town and the planning and zoning. So, we are trying, I think to your point, Jake, and I think the report on Cheyenne as well is, we need to really be thoughtful on how communities grow. We need to be thinking ahead. What do we want the community to look like? What do we want to feel? A lot of people are always like, well, Pinedale's going to become like Jackson. We're never going to be Jackson. But I'll tell you, we have amazing mountains, as you can see on the screen behind me. We have the lakes, we have the rivers, we have the better fishing, we have the snow machining, we now have a really great ski area, a lot of great reasons to come and visit Pinedale, which they do. And the property is cheaper than other areas around Wyoming that are like Teton County and others. So we do see an influx of visitors, but at the same time, how to maintain who Pinedale is, right?
Yeah.
How to maintain the DNA that protect us, that we are a small community, that ranchers and people who really like believing in your neighbors and not locking your doors, right? So we got to maintain that as well.
Well, it's on your welcome sign, or it's on your, what does it say?
All the civilization you need. Yeah, I was actually a part of that when we first started to put that as our,
I love it.
And, it's funny, Jake, because, we have fiber to the home. We have great cell coverage. We have a good hospital now. We have a great fire department, sheriff's department. So, we have quite a bit of civilization, but at the same time, people can do what they, kind of enjoy the life around here at the same time.
No, you have all the amenities you could ever need, and you can also get unplugged and get real rustic in Pinedale. It is the gateway to the Wind River Range. It's just unbelievable. You can spend weeks in there, hopefully with certain, not Tip Top is not looking for you, but.
And please pick up your trash afterwards, and no data centers for what it's worth, so.
Let's talk about the Pinedale's, and not a lot of people know this, Pinedale's proposed annexation of Fremont Lake. I'm just kidding.
I'm not aware of that.
What's going on with I'm told to ask you about plans and priorities for Fremont Lake.
Well, no, because we Fremont Lake, we're one of the few areas in the entire North America that actually has open source with water for our drinking water. So we draw our water from there. But with the Colorado River Compact, the state engineer's office, lots of discussions going on, looking at risks of curtailment or regulation and how to manage stream flow so you can have the fish living in Pine Creek all year round, while at the same time the irrigators have enough for their hay and water's going downstream. So it's a very, we as a community right at the headwaters are actually quite active, involved in the Colorado River Compact discussions and trying to see what can we do to contribute to, helping Wyoming and the northern states meet their obligations.
Yeah, Fremont Lake, and all the lakes in the Wind River are fantastic. Just an afternoon at Lakeside Lodge, on the deck, looking out over that lake. Oh, man.
The fishing's wonderful. You go out to exploring, go to Half Moon Lake. It is, you're absolutely right. And, a big white sandy beach that kids can play on, and then deep water that you can go water skiing on or do fishing. Or ice fishing. So it's an amazing lake. It's a very precious resource that we have, and we work very hard to protect it and promote it because it's a great draw for our community.
Well, I'm sure mayors are kept up late at night worrying about things like revenue and balancing a budget. There's a proposed fifth penny sales tax going on for Pinedale residents. Is this targeted at a specific project? Is this the use of SPET, or what is this?
So as you probably know, Jake, there's only 2 counties in the state that don't have a fifth penny, us and Park County. And so we are currently, there's a petition that's being signed, and hopefully we'll go forward on Thursday to put it on the ballot in August. And I think you said it earlier. We're kind of out of the boom and bust to a degree. We love the oil and gas industry, and as long as it's done in the right way and stewarding, which our community does. But we've seen our taxes go from 3.5, our revenue go from 3.5 to 1.5. Our spending power, as you can imagine, with inflation and cost of living, is down. So, year on year, we're like lower on spending. So, we actually have that helium project that you mentioned. Part of the impact funds that we have with the DEQs, that for you to qualify for the impact funds, you should be able to tax to your full capacity, which Sublette County has not. So there's about $7.5 million on the table that would especially help Marbleton, Big Piney, Fire and Hospital, Sheriff's Department. There's only like $300,000 that comes to Pinedale out of that. And if we don't have the fifth penny, we don't qualify for the $7.5 million and all the impacts that are going to hit down there. And we could use money. It's just a general fifth penny. We used to, when I first became mayor, we were targeting chip sealing 1/4, 1/5 of our streets every year. We're now to like 1/9. It just costs more to do the same amount of roads, right? And so if we want our roads, we want our sidewalks, we want the infrastructure in the town, we have to have revenue. And people, I think, forget where the money comes from. And the nice thing about a fifth penny is it's not taxed on food. It's not taxed on so many things. So it's oil and gas, and visitors pay into it. So it's a really good way to increase our revenue.
Yeah, you're not even going to notice that penny when you buy the latest C.J. Box novel at the Cowboy shop, or a new straw hat. You
will notice it when you buy a new truck. To be fair, there will be people who feel it at certain points, and we recognize that. But I think overall, the spread is so much better that I think we've done the math, and the average Sublette County citizen is going to pay $200 a year more. But that makes a difference, especially for communities like Marbleton or Big Piney and Pinedale.
I'll be down this summer for a couple of weddings at Lakeside Lodge. I probably won't have time to stop in, but on September 12th, Wind River Brew Fest, I hope you're going to be there.
I will, you bet. We'll see each other. And if you're ever at Pine Coffee, my office is my business office is right behind Pine Coffee. Great coffee in the state, so stop coming around the corner, say hi.
All right. I love Pinedale. It's one of my favorite towns. Hey, what's the future for you, Mayor Murdock? When's your term up? Are you going to run again? What's going on?
Hey, the election's next week and nobody filed against me. So I suspect unless Daffy Duck wins, I should be the next prayer Pinedale for 4 years.
He's a shoo-in, yeah, except for the nonsense write-ins. All right. Hey, thanks for letting us know what the latest is going on in the Sublette County seat, Pinedale, Wyoming.
You bet. Take care, Jake. Thank you.
It's all the civilization you need. Don Day, the day weather forecast. How's the weather going to look for Pinedale? We'll find out.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
We welcome into the discussion Don Day, day weather forecast. Don, you probably didn't know this, but I'm a little bit of a cat whisperer. I can hear what cats are thinking. I sort of communicate with them, and I got a cat here right now this morning that was meowing, meowing, meowing to get outside. I opened the door, and there's like an inch of snow on April 28th overnight here in Jackson. And that cat just turned around and looked at me and gave me this look that I interpreted as, did Don say this was coming? This is bullcrap.
I do not report to cats. I will never report to cats, ever.
Don Day does not. I got to write that down. On this day, Don says he does not answer to cat life. Well, the cat's pissed. Wait.
When is a cat not?
True. Cats go through a state of like, it's never enough for a cat. You put the food down in the bowl. They're like, is that all? Yeah, true. Oh, truer words never spoke. All right. Is this a weather forecast across the state that will be happy for a cat?
No. Like I said, they're never happy. So,
but good for moisture and stuff like that.
Yeah, the last few days, it hasn't been everywhere. There's been pockets here and there, but southeastern Wyoming finally got some good moisture. A few inches of really nice wet spring snow in Laramie yesterday and last night. Cheyenne got about 1/4 inch of rain, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the most in like a long time. And so it's been good. We're kind of going to see a slow tapering of the showers, but for the next 3 days, here and there, rather randomly, showers and a few thunderstorms and cool temperatures will continue. We're going to have a nice warming trend for Friday and the weekend coming on up. Going to be a night. I think it's going to be a really quite nice weekend coming our way. But the next few days is still going to be cool and unsettled.
Don says, buck up if you want to swing the clubs on Thursday like me. It'll be, pretty decent.
Yeah, buck up. It's golfing in April. What do you want? Yeah, no wonder why you're the cat whisperer.
Cowboy up, you stupid cat. You're never going to be happy with the weather forecast. Hey, Don, one last thing. Give me an idea how big this weather pattern is. How does it play into the whole United States? Is our friends in Montana seeing the same stuff? Idaho, Colorado? And what does it mean for, is Florida a record high? I don't know.
Well, so the Pacific Northwest and Montana earlier in this storm last week did well. We're just seeing kind of everything shift south. There's really good news for Colorado and New Mexico before the end of the week. They've got some really good rain and snow chances coming down into those areas. But these systems are also causing that severe weather that's happening in the Midwest.
Yeah.
The good news, though, is some of that's going to produce rain in the southeast United States. It's in a drought situation as well. So overall, this is a nice transition to a more cooler, wet pattern, which is good for everybody except for that severe weather. But we are kind of in the peak of severe weather season in parts of the country right now in late April, heading into May and June. You just expect it as we see the back and forth of the seasons changing.
The day weather forecast is just about perfect. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye. That was awful.
Yeah, I know. I got to get a cat cam. He's standing right now on the toolbox so he can look out the window, and he's still looking at the snow on the tree branches and shaking his head. I can see, I can hear his thinking. He's like, this is such crap. Snow. But, it makes up for the winter we didn't have, and it actually is April. It is, weather being very spring-like in Wyoming. We'll find out what the weather is doing and how it affects the fishing. We're going to the Miracle Mile. We're heading to Casper, and we're going to check in with CiCi Oliver. CiCi, what's going on? I don't hear you. Is that my fault?
Here we go. What about that?
Nah, that's better.
There you go.
CiCi, born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. So was a good friend of mine, Dustin Stolp. He learned how to play hockey there. And another friend of mine, a radio buddy, moved to Omaha, Nebraska, is currently living there. Great town, great college, great.
Great spot. Small, big city. There's a high chance we're like cousins or something, honestly.
Small, big city. CiCi's the manager of the Ugly Bug Fly Shop, and we're tying one on this Tuesday, even though that, that kind of, we're wetting the flies now.
100%.
When you don't find CiCi at the shop, and that's rare, you can probably find her at the Silver Fox chowing down on bacon knots. Correct?
That's true as well. Yes, I did a lot of that this weekend.
How do I know that? Okay, First off, before we talk actual fishing, explain why, and we touched on this last week, explain why there was like a hatch of drift boats in the Ramcota parking lot the other night, going back a few weeks ago. It was the Ugly Bug Banquet, and it was all part of the Wyoming High School Fly Fishing Championship. And what role did Ugly Bug play, and how cool was this event?
Yeah. So as you said, Wyoming High School Fly Fishing Championship. This was the first ever tournament, first annual tournament. So it'll be happening from here on out. But as we talked about a little last week, Joey Puteman out of Sheridan Fly Rod Company up there, he was kind of the trailblazer that put it all together, went to the state. But basically every single high school in Wyoming was given the opportunity to start a high school fly fishing team. And then really all you needed was a coach to volunteer. So first and foremost, I want to give a big shout out to all the coaches that donated their time and were able to give up their weekends to make sure that their kids could partake in something so cool. But yeah, back on April 11th, we had all the kids here in Casper, and Ugly Bug Fly Shop's role was we ran the drift boat side of it. So our guides kind of ended up pseudo guiding, all the kids that were participating in the tournament, and ended up being the Cody girls took it home, won pretty big actually. So it was awesome week.
Those Phillies, they're just too good at like every sport, man. If you ever seen them play basketball, it's not even fair. They're like the Harlem Globetrotters.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. Those girls came in confident. They knew the night before they were hungry and wanted to take it. So I thought it was pretty cool that it worked out that way for them.
And now they're slaying it on the river. Hey, save enough for the rest of us, girls. Okay, let's talk about, the high school fly fishing championship. I mean, it doesn't get more Wyoming than that. And it's just like we're going back in time until we get like little kids fly fishing. What about the Little Bugs tourney? What do we have dates for that? Are you organizing that? What is it?
Organizing that as we speak. But yeah, this will be our first year that we're offering Little Bugs as well. So we're kind of known for running a class called Ugly Bugs and Crazy Ladies. That's our women's specific fly fishing class. So it's myself and two of my girlfriends that we teach that, do all the instructing on that. But the setup is you get first night we do like a casting lesson out in the park here. And then the second night, fly tying, entomology, general rigging. And then the third day is a full day guided float on the Gray Reef. So this year we're going to offer the same thing for kids. So it'll be a kid plus an adult. And then I believe we'll probably do a half day of fishing on that one, but most likely leave it up to an option if you want to do full day, if you want to do half day, kind of whatever you're feeling. But the same setup of a casting lesson, a fly tying night, general rigging night, and then getting kids out on the water. But our guide staff is really excited. They definitely, they're passionate about getting the next generation out there. So we're super stoked to do it this year.
Well, if you're brand new to fly fishing, maybe it's because you're 6 or 7 years old, or maybe because you just never been exposed to it. Maybe a full immersion might be Orvis 101 course. What are those?
Yeah, General Orvis 101, we run those in the summertime. Those are like a free, pretty much 20-minute class. We post those dates on our Instagram. It really kind of just depends on where we are staff-wise, but we post those on our Instagram, typically happen on a Saturday, and just a quick casting lesson. We'll come back to the fly shop and answer any questions that you have, walk you through the bins, show you kind of our favorite Orvis gear that we're using nowadays. And then we always try to get you to leave with a nymph rig as well if you want to go out and hit the water. So we have a few options for education for sure. As you mentioned earlier, our tie one on Tuesdays, those just ended, but that's our fly tying class that we do through the wintertime. Every January through March, every Tuesday of the week, you can find us over at Bullhorn Brewing, tying some flies. So we do a beginner, intro, and advanced table.
CiCi, is there any truth to the rumor that if you're looking to book a fly fishing guide named Dustin White, that only one client can go at a time because that's all that'll fit in the boat along with Dustin's ego? He can't take two big.
Some may say, yeah, absolutely. But
that dude,
yeah, he's good stuff. We were getting a drink over at Blacktooth last night. He's good stuff for sure. But yeah, Dustin's pretty much full. But the cool part is too, we got a heck of a guide stuff left. So if you're still looking to get out, give us a call.
All right, CiCi, let's pretend we just rolled into town. We went to the Ugly Bug and you're there. Somebody else is there at the counter. And we're like, what is fishing on the North Platte, on the Miracle Mile, Gray Reef? What is fishing in Alcova? I hear excellent. Almost everything's working right now. Nymph rigs, leeches, everything. What do we use? What do we do? And how's the fishing right now?
Fishing's great right now. I was out on Sunday. Kind of like we talked last week, the cool part about what's happening this time of year right now, it's the winter of non-winters, but it's given a lot of different fishing opportunity, and really from the top of the Gray Reef all the way down through town, it's fishing, where typically this time of year we'd be pretty used to being consolidated from like the Gray Reef, maybe to Lusby, maybe to Government, kind of all staying up there. But you can float wherever your little heart desires, walk and wade wherever your heart desires, as long as it's on public land, obviously. But as of right now on the reef, super simple, looking at leeches, worms, main protein sources, got some BWOs coming off on the cooler days. Betas and midges are always a safe option. But what's really fun right now, I've been enjoying a little bit of a streamer float. To that end, throwing a lot of rusty trombones, articulated goldies, kind of any of that. White with a little bit of flash, olive with a little bit of flash, may as well be articulated while you're at it. And looking at the same thing up on the mile too. Yeah, so definitely fishing pretty simple up there still, but both stretches are fishing well. Fremont Canyon's fishing well. Going to be looking at same leeches, worms, small black midges, rockworms, kind of simple rigs. But really, if you're in the area or looking to get out and fish, you can go wherever your little heart desires.
Hey, listeners, if you're enjoying the show on YouTube or Facebook or the video aspect of the show and you use closed captioning, there is probably a translation for fly fishing CiCi. Like, what the hell? What are all half those? Do that again in English. No, I'm just kidding. But what is a BWO pattern? Let's just do that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So blue wing olive pattern, something that's really cool about the North Platte in specific, tailwater fishery, we sit below a series of dams. And due to that, we have these pretty strong entomological cycles that happen year after year, as opposed to a freestone fishery, undammed. On freestone fisheries, you're going to hear a lot more about that, like prolific dry fly fishing, big bugs, fish coming up to eat bugs off the top of the water. We're not necessarily known for that in the North Platte. We have so much protein in the river that the fish don't really need to come up and risk eating off the top of the water. But BWO is kind of our first hatch that we'll see in the year. And because we're that tailwater fishery and have these cycles that we can, it's like a farmer's almanac. It's never dead on, but it's dang close every single year. We'll kind of move from BWOs into PMDs, into yellow sallies, into caddis. And then as the year restarts, so our bug cycle as well. So BWOs this time of year, and we'll probably be looking for PMDs coming off as it starts to warm up.
And we should remind folks that beginning now, 2026 regulations are in effect. Treble, and you're in trouble. And you want to go barbless as well. Single hook barbless on many stretches of where?
Yeah, so the top of the reef down to Government Bridge, that's going to be a barbless stretch. Above that section, we have the section called the After Bay, or it's the section right above the Gray Reef Dam, right below the spillway. That After Bay section is barbless. Then Fremont Canyon is going to be barbless as well, and it's barbless up on the mile too. But at this point, general rule of thumb, keep it barbless and you won't have to worry about running into a regulation or anything too funky.
Yeah, CiCi and I and Abby suggest, come on, man, to be a real fisherman, get rid of the barbs and make it fair. I like that a lot. CiCi, you got a wealth of information, and anybody who walks into the shop, that's, you're there? Are you out front, out back? And you're in back of house, front of house?
Wherever I'm needed, wherever I can be most of service. So yeah, my office is in the back of the fly shop here, but normally kind of staring at a brick wall all day. So if you're ever coming in, looking in to say hi, feel free to come pop your head in. I'm normally here.
Tell them at the Ugly Bug that you heard and saw CiCi on this show. Say, where's CiCi at? And maybe just Dustin's ego will deflate a little bit. I'm here for CiCi. Yeah. All right, so I know here where I am, the Snake, the Hoback, not quite cleared up, especially with some weather right now. But you're saying it's fishing good time of day. We talked about this. You don't have to worry about getting out there super early because the temps are not yet super hot. It's fishing all day, every day, everywhere.
Dang. We even have we got a little precipitation last night, a little bit of snow on the ground, mostly melting off this morning, but we sent boats out today. On Sunday, it was about 40 degrees, light drizzle all day. That's when I was out doing that little streamer float. And sometimes the most inclement weather is the best to fish in. So if you're looking to cowboy up and be out there kind of rain, snow, or shine, we're into it.
Love it. CiCi Oliver, manager of the Ugly Bug Fly Shop. If she's not there, she's at the Silver Fox, and the way to her heart is the bacon knot. Buy her some bacon knots. Thanks, CiCi.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and that is our fishing report on a Taiwan on Tuesday with our friends at the Ugly Bug Fly Shop in Casper. And they're fishing pretty good on the Miracle Mile, the Mile 2, Elko, all over in mid-state there. They're fishing super good. In Jackson, it's getting there. We're clearing up slowly. We'll be right back with more. I think Jackie Dorothy should be on, according to my notes. Let's find out after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right? It's comfortable. So how's civilian life treating you? It's fine. When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I noticed my background on the video part of the show. If you're enjoying the video element, my background's kind of bluish, like it's got a blue tint. And maybe I can try to fix it, but probably I'll ruin everything else. Yeah, it's too blue. I don't like it. And I bet I can fix it, but not at the moment. I'll screw it up. Jackie will be with us in a moment. Meanwhile, stories today in the Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines has the most Wyoming story ever. When is it okay to shoot somebody? That story would only be told in Wyoming, maybe Florida and Texas. The headline, when is it okay to shoot somebody? Wyoming law is about as friendly as it gets towards gun rights, self-defense, and the use of firearms, protecting oneself. But what are the rules? What are the actual, what should you be thinking about if you're someone who has a firearm at home in your house or concealed carry? What are some of the things you want to be thinking about? Mark Hines outlined it for us, talked to Ryan Semerad, the state famous attorney, and other experts on it. And he talked about when is it legal, when is it morally responsible to pull the trigger. Interesting story, Mark Hines, and a more Wyoming story you will never find in gun-friendly Wyoming. When is it okay to shoot somebody? Yeah, what other stories. There's that FedEx driver. FedEx right now, I mean, I like FedEx. I don't want to say anything bad about FedEx. They bring us our packages, right? But of late, of the last week, FedEx has hit the trifecta of like negative news stories. Stories that if you're a FedEx CEO, you kind of want to downplay. There's the FedEx driver accused of homicide now for plowing into men that were fixing a truck alongside Interstate 80. This happened in Wyoming. Colby Fedor has the story. And I don't know what happened with the dude, whether he was inattentive, had some kind of medical thing. But a FedEx driver will be in court tomorrow to answer to charges of aggravated homicide, accused of slamming into a stalled truck on I-80. 2 men were fixing the truck. One was killed. The other suffered catastrophic injuries. And the Sweetwater County man, he was in Sweetwater County, I believe, is where this incident happened. The man is from West Jordan, Utah. Chris Shepard, 63-year-old FedEx truck driver. Now, obviously, FedEx, is not to blame for this incident. I just bring it up because it is the third time this week I've read FedEx in an article, including, did you hear that FedEx truck driver, the FedEx delivery driver that snatched that girl and killed her? That is, I mean, dude, if this, and it's all alleged, of course, until this guy meets old Sparky. I mean, this dude is the reason there's capital punishment. And this is, I think, this is not to be confused with a 7-year-old Texas girl. Former FedEx driver pleads guilty to killing 7-year-old Texas girl after delivering at her home. And then there was another abduction as well by a FedEx driver. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like bad news comes in threes, but FedEx been in the headlines like 3 times in the last week or so, including Cowboy State Daily story about the Utah man facing homicide charges for his crash. Okay, let's move to the Zoom room, play some fancy music for Jackie so she feels like we're making some kind of an effort. There she is. Is it snowing or raining? We got snow in Jackson. What's happening in Thermopolis?
Oh, it's a gorgeous day. There, clear skies, warm.
That's not fair.
No, it's beautiful. I'm enjoying it. It was a little chilly this morning. Our fireplace kicked on. It said it was cold enough in the house. But I tell you, it was just been a nice day today already.
Wait a minute. You have an automated fireplace?
Yes, we got one of those fancy pellet stoves. You set the temperature and all of a sudden you got fire going.
Yeah. All right. That's cool. That's kind of AI meets fireplace.
That's true. Since we bought ours, they're now really automated. I have friends that'll program it while they're away from their house, just like their wash machines. That blows my mind.
Yeah.
I was talking to the lady. She goes, "Oh, my wash machine's died." I'm thinking, what? It's on your phone?
Right. Or you can, I know people that control their appliances, the refrigerator or their backyard grill from online, like from somewhere else. What?
It's crazy. It's an AI world, that's for sure.
That's why we need all these data centers, and Cheyenne's all too eager to put them in, although there's some resistance of late.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the news as well. Possible moratorium, some opposition to data centers. Kate Meadows wrote that story.
I will tell you, I was around one and I was shocked by the noise it makes.
Oh, yeah? Like a humming?
Yeah, they don't talk about that, but there is a constant hum within so far of it. I mean, you think about when you get underneath some of those electrical wires, the electricity that's leaking off and going to you, data center is going to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's hum of the highway. Also, we've learned to deal with that. You just don't live close to the highway. You can put up sound barriers. In these data centers, we're going to put them out. You're like, we're not going to put them right next to the church or the school.
I don't know. That's where Shoshone's was looking at.
Ooh.
It was right there by the school where they're doing their studies. So we'll see.
All right.
I don't know. It's just a new world out there, and I agree with the noise. We love it when comes because the trees fill up with leaves, and we no longer hear the traffic noise.
Oh.
During the winter, we do hear it.
I never thought of that. That's interesting. Well, these are all the headaches of the new age, the new world. Let's go back in time when life was simpler and all we did is shoot at each other. The Johnson County Wars, everybody knows about those. And Mary Cash, just a teenager back in the day. You told the story of her.
Yes, this was a fun story. I discovered this one, and I thought, I've never heard the Johnson County War told by a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
And you think about, here she is, a young teenager. She's been in Wyoming since she was 5 years old and was surrounded by homesteaders and was very much aware. I loved her quote, "We knew trouble was a brewing." And
a 14-year-old said that?
Yes. And she described what their evenings were like. The guys would come in and clean their guns. And so her family got right there involved in it because they were neighbors with Nate Champion and all of these others. And her stepdad, Oscar Jack Flagg, was one of the ones on the top of the list to be assassinated.
That's Oscar Jack Flagg that I'm showing right now, a photo from the story. Yeah, Johnson County Wars, just give people a brief background and history of what was going on at that time in Wyoming. These were, big cattle barons and trying to defend their life of cows over sheepmen, homesteader, and anyone who wasn't running cows with their brand. And they had money, they had power, and they hired guns.
It's that song, "Don't Fence Me In."
Yeah. Yep.
So what was happening is you had these cattle barons that were used to having all of this range, and then you had these small-time homesteaders moving in onto their prime land and claiming it as their own and building homes, building fences, building their livelihood. And there became a clash. And then you had the Maverick Law. This is the one that always got me because so many of our outlaws became outlaws because of this law. Suddenly, overnight, it was illegal to brand an unmarked, unbranded cow that you found on the plains. It used to be that's how a young cowboy built his herd and made his livelihood. Suddenly, he did it. He's an outlaw because those belong to the Cheyenne cattle barons.
Oh, my.
So that was really the tipping point. And then the or regulators, as they called themselves, it was cattlemen and hired, and they were coming into Johnson County. Sheriff Red Angus knew all about this, that they were coming, and the homesteaders were gathering up. We have people from Thermopolis that were on their way to defend Nate Champion and their friends. So it was like the homesteaders, the small-time homesteaders against the big cattle barons. And you had this battle erupting, and here right in the middle of it is these teenage kids. And girls, boys, women. Mary talked about her mom I found another excerpt from another guy that talked about how vocal her mother was defending the homesteaders. So it wasn't just the guys. And I just thought it was kind of a fun little twist on the story to hear how the women were feeling.
Yes, and hear the story told through the eyes of a teenage girl, which I'm sensing a common theme today. We had Pauline Steinhorn, an author, on early this morning, and she wrote a book telling the Holocaust through the eyes of a 13-year-old young lady. And now the Johnson County Wars, we all know about that. What did it look like to a teenager? And what did she say? We knew trouble was a brewing.
Yes. And she talked about it. Again, I have this image in my head because she said every night would show up and they'd be cleaning their guns, making more bullets.
Yeah.
And in fact, the only reason that her stepdad and brother, they left the house, her stepdad was going to the Democratic convention in Douglas, and her brother was going after a load of lumber. So he was Jack was on a horseback and her brother was 17 years old. Alonzo was driving the wagon. They approached Nate Champion's house unaware that anything was going on. And I found another story where it said Jack even called out cheerfully, "Hey, it's me," because he sensed somebody was out there. He's like, "I'm not a bad guy." And he was greeted with gunfire.
Oh.
And I mean, you start to see this when you hear their little stories in the midst of this big conflict that was happening.
Wow. What did the Johnson County Wars look like to Mary, then 14 years old? Jackie writes the story in the Cowboy State Daily. If Mary told the story today, it'd be more like a, post on Instagram. Oh, there's bullets flying outside. Dad's really mad. Something. I don't know.
Well, and her brother, she shared insight that you don't find anywhere else. Like, it was her brother Alonzo who had the rifle in the wagon and threw it to Jack. The only reason they had the rifle was he was out of bullets. He had 3 bullets left, and he was going to go pick up more bullets with his lumber. I mean, those little details. And then the fact that their wagon that was used to set fire to Nate Champion's house. So after they escaped, they left behind the wagon and one of their horses. The regulators went up and point blank shot their horse in the head, and he survived. Later, this horse returned back to the family and continued to serve the family for years after, and always bore that scar from the Johnson County War. And
amazing.
It's so fun when you find those details. That's what makes history come alive.
Yeah. It comes alive on the big screen. Hollywood, Young Guns, one of my favorite Westerns. That tells the Johnson County Wars. Regulators round up Mary, a 14-year-old, tells it as well. And it comes to life through the words of Jackie Dorothy. Read that story. Closer to home, Thermopolis. What's the deal with the cookie jar thing?
Man, if you're in Thermopolis, you know about the cookie jars.
Yeah.
So we have an auction for people that are affected, usually with cancer, but we've done it for preemie babies, kidney transplants, but you have a medical issue. Our town will throw you a cookie jar auction. We'll bring cookie jars, and I've been outbid on hundreds of dollars. I'm going for cookies. I'm going for that cookie jar, but it's like they'll get as high as $800 for a cookie jar. And it's just a fun fundraiser, and it's made more fun because we have great auctioneers, and they're now getting ready to retire. But this last one we had on the cookie jar auction raised $70,000. Now, just think, we're in a community of about 4,000 people, and you had 500 people show up for this cookie jar to show their support for our auctioneer, John Gerald, who started the whole thing 30 years ago, 30 years of selling cookie jars. And we've just seen the numbers increase, the enthusiasm of the people. It's fun to go to. If you're ever in Thermopolis during a cookie jar, just go to grab yourself and I also liked what he said, by the way. We're probably the cookie jar capital of the world. Mm. The number of cookie jars in our community, everyone has one. I have 3 or 4 myself. And it's the way of life here.
Mm. John Gerald's, what a genius idea. Reminds me a little bit of the old time, like box lunch social, where you auctioned off a young lady's, lunchbox or her creation or a pie. Cookie. They do cookies in Thermop.
Yes, that is exactly what it is. And pies are part of the menu, too. It's expanded. There's an apple pie that always shows up, and that'll go for hundreds of dollars because you'll get a bidding war go on. In fact, people were disappointed because there wasn't an apple pie at the last auction. They're like, where's the apple pie? It was supposed to be here.
Now, do these happen as needed, or are they scheduled annual? Okay.
Nope, it's as needed. I've actually thrown on one for a friend of mine that had cancer, and you just schedule it. The auctioneers work with you. They show you how to do it because it is a lot of work behind the scenes, and it's definitely worth it. It's so heartwarming.
Yeah. I mean, you see how it's not about the cookies at all. It's the bigger thing and the bigger message, and what a community effort. What a powerful thing. The cookie jars in Thermopolis. If anybody asks in Hot Springs County, they'll say,
and we'll take donations. We're always running out of cookie jars.
You can ask Jackie about what's going on in Thermopolis with the cookie jars, and ask her the latest score of the Boilers football game, and she'll know all that stuff.
Well, they're doing track today in Shoshone, so that's where they're headed.
Oh,
the high school track team.
We're going to talk to Bill Wiley tomorrow, our high school sports guy, and we're going to talk track and field. So, all right.
That sounds good. Yeah, lots of track meets going around the country, or the state.
Yeah. All right, Jackie, have a great day.
I will. You too.
Cowboy State Daily, Jackie Dorothy, read her stories. Why are they selling? Why does a cookie jar in Thermopolis fetch like hundreds of dollars? Way more than its contents. It's all an effort to raise funds, especially for cancer. That's how they do it in Thermop and how they've done it for a while. And then the history of the Johnson County Wars, a historic event that we probably all know about, read about, learned about, but told through the eyes of a 14-year-old. Unique, different. Because teenagers see the world differently, man. That's all there is to it. More coming up next hour. Mark Hines is going to be here, and my favorite story of the day that he wrote: when is it okay to shoot somebody? How have we gone this far in the world? 2026 AD, and we have not had a news story entitled, when is it okay to shoot somebody? I need to know. Kevin Meyer will be here, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world, and Representative Karlee Provenza. You won't believe what she did. She's the corner crossing queen. She's told us it's okay to do, and she's done more than tell us. She put her boots where her mouth is, and she corner crossed. And we have the video to prove it. It's all coming up next hour. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A woman went from house to house pleading for help early Sunday morning, telling neighbors her husband has a gun. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a neighbor said Monday that the man sprayed police cars with gunshots for about 20 minutes before being shot.
I talked to one of the neighbors, Lynn Christensen, who said a woman was outside sobbing, ringing her doorbell. Christensen rushed to the door. The woman had moved on to the next house, and the people in that home were calling police. And then she said that she heard gunshots for around 20 minutes. She said this kind of tame statement from Sheridan PD that shots had come from the home. She said that was an understatement. This was 20 minutes of pretty consistent fire, after which police shot him and he ended up hospitalized.
Christensen declined to identify the man shot or his wife publicly. A FedEx driver will be in court on Wednesday to face a charge of aggravated homicide, accused of slamming into a stalled truck on the shoulder of I-80. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that one of two men trying to fix the truck was killed, while another suffered catastrophic injuries.
A 63-year-old FedEx driver from West Jordan, Utah, was arrested on Friday, April 24th. He was driving a FedEx delivery truck when authorities say he veered off to the right side of the road, striking two men who were fixing their pickup truck. This was in Sweetwater County around mile marker 112. Authorities say a camera inside of the FedEx truck showed Chris Shepard sort of bouncing up and down. The Wyoming Highway Patrol listed driver fatigue as a possible contributing factor, although that has not yet been confirmed.
Shepard is now charged with multiple crimes, including aggravated homicide by vehicle, a felony punishable by up to 20 years in prison, and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Amazon is spending $4 billion this year to expand its reach with same-day and next-day deliveries to some of America's most remote places, including Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for rural residents and small businesses, the fast deliveries are a game changer.
In their press person that I talked to, one of the things she noted in the email she sent me is that 60% of their platform are small business owners using it to sell. It's helped a lot of entrepreneurs get started with their business ideas in a much less expensive fashion than they'd be able to otherwise do.
People who live in the middle of nowhere are showing their appreciation for faster rural delivery service by baking cinnamon rolls to thank their drivers. Opposition to Cheyenne data centers is growing as residents become more vocal and sign petitions against them. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one councilman says development has happened so fast it's, quote, completely outstripped the ability of the county and the city to plan.
Councilman Lawrence Wolf said that he has heard there's a petition circulating that is calling for a temporary moratorium on data centers in the Cheyenne area. The argument they have is that data centers consume a lot of water, and there's concern about the coming water supply and the demand. There's concern that electricity costs will go up because data centers are coming in. And there's also concern about viewscapes being tarnished or destroyed.
A meeting was held Monday night where the city council was considering a proposal to rezone acres of a former historic ranch. If they rezone it, if it passes, it will be rezoned as a business park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back halfway through on a Tuesday. How's your day going so far? Last Tuesday of the month. Just thought I'd point that out. Mark Hines pops in and will help us answer the quintessential Wyoming question. When is it okay to shoot somebody? How have I gotten this far in life without the answer to that or the story?
You wrestling with anger management issues there, Jake?
No. The only time I have thrown lead in anger was at inanimate objects. Like I shot a coffee pot for underperformance once at camp.
Oh,
I just shot that full of holes. Like,
poor coffee pot.
Yeah, coffee tasted terrible. Yeah,
you'd had it with that gross coffee, so you just take matters into your own hands, huh?
Definitely. Plus to just watch it jump across the camp. I mean, there's not a more Wyoming headline than that, and I'm thinking somebody, Cowboy State Daily, recognized the clickbaitness of that headline. When is it okay to shoot somebody, especially in gun-friendly Wyoming? And you went to the Legal Eagles, our friend Ryan Semerad, and he explained a few things.
Yeah, because he's actually defended a lot of those cases.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you're right. I think there's kind of I guess Charles Bronson mentality that some people have, they figure just pack a gun and if somebody crosses them, they can, pull it out and start shooting. But no, or, people think that they can chase people down the street shooting them if they catch the yard, things like that. It's just, I think it's, it's better to know what your limitations are.
Yeah. If the,
like Clint Eastwood said, a man's got to know his limitations. What movie's that from?
I don't know, but limitations like in caliber wise, I don't. What Dirty Harry?
I think it was the second Dirty Harry. Yeah, I'll probably get crap for this because I'll probably get it wrong. I think it was the Enforcer or Magnum. I think it's either Magnum Force or the Enforcer. It was either the second. Yeah, that was his line in that movie. Man's got to know his limitations.
If Mark Hines is wrong, he'll have to surrender his man card. We'll verify that. Let's double check it. So when the GSW enters your back, that's probably an indication that you're on tough legal ground right there to defend.
Yeah.
But there's also, Ryan had some very cool things. We have the protect your castle domain, or somebody in the act of running away with something you own. You want to be careful about when to pull the trigger. Things to think about, both legality-wise in Wyoming, which is pretty friendly about firearm use, and what you yourself are going to be able to deal with. If you choose to conceal carry, that comes to the responsibility of the potential you may have to use that weapon. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, exactly. You are correct.
I think
they were saying people just have to know what they're doing, both, not just in terms of the shooting, the physical aspects of it, or, the motor memory, whatever, the skill that you need, but also legality, the legal parameters, how to stay out of trouble, and, how to keep from just doing the wrong. And of course, every shot fired, you're accountable for.
Yeah.
And that's, that's true of law enforcement officers as well as for civilians. Sometimes people don't think about that. I'll just, sling a volley of shots at someone. Well, what if what if one of your bullets goes through the wall and into your neighbor's house and, hits granny? You're accountable for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Mark, Mark Hines.
A lot of people say, well, I just use a shotgun. Okay, well, you're accountable for every single pellet that comes out of that barrel, and there's either 8 or 9 of them on a typical load of double-aught buck, so that's 8 or 9 chances for something to go bad. So yeah, it's just something to think about, if you're gonna go that route in Wyoming or anywhere.
Mark Hines explores all the journalistic W questions. When can you fire your firearm legally? And also what will it mean if you do? It's all explored in the Mark Hines story. Check it out. Gun-friendly Wyoming. When is it okay to shoot somebody? Let's talk about.
Oh, and I just got a text from Jimmy. It was Magnum Force. It was the second Dirty Harry film.
Magnum Force, and that's what you said.
Yeah,
right?
That's the one where he takes on the corrupt cops.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a group of really corrupt, nasty cops inside the San Francisco PD, and he takes them on. Yeah, if you remember that one.
Yeah. And then the rewrite of that headline for Dirty Harry is, when is it not okay to shoot someone? Short story. Yeah. Looks like somebody took a piece out of Van Gogh, the grizzly bear missing an ear. What happened to him, man?
No, he probably, nobody, again, it's, these bears aren't under video surveillance 24/7, so nobody knows for sure, but, people can reasonably guess that he probably got bitten off by another, he was tussling with another male and, got part of his ear bit off. So a bear Mike Tyson'd him, I guess.
Judging from the photo taken by Bill Little, thanks for the photo, Bill. I don't want to meet the bear that took an ear off of Van Gogh. Man, he's like,
he looks a little cross, doesn't he?
Yes, I wouldn't mess with him. When is it okay to shoot a bear? Never, unless you're in Japan and you're shooting them. What's going on with shooting?
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
Dude.
Well, they've had really rather grave problems with bear. And they're not.
Yeah,
they do have brown bears. They do essentially have grizzlies up in northern Japan. But what's really raising a ruckus is their, the smaller ones, the Asiatic black bears that they have. A thriving population, and in the rural areas, they've had problems with them tearing into people, getting crosswise with people, and they've even had a few fatalities. So yeah, they're training these fellas to respond with shotguns. But yeah, to practice, they put a dude in a bear suit and he runs around out there, and the other dudes try to shoot him with dummy darts out of the shotguns.
Okay, like. What kind of sick karma is being practiced here, or what violation have you done? What part of your prison sentence?
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I didn't get into that aspect of the story. But how do they choose who gets to be the dude in the suit? It's like.
I mean. When you're training police dogs, somebody has to be the dummy. Somebody has to wear the stuff.
Yeah, somebody has to be the one that.
I don't know what short straw you draw in Japan to be the guy who gets shot at playing the part of a bear. Okay.
Yeah.
What the?
It's an innovative approach, but yeah, it is a truly serious problem over there with those. Like I said, they're just little Asiatic, relatively small Asiatic black bears, and. Yeah, they've got an attitude problem. It's just,
Yeah, they're the little they're the Jack Russell of bears over there. Yeah, they need to meet a few of they need to meet Bruno, Van Gogh, somebody to take them down a peg, man.
Yeah.
Hey, your story is interesting about other states, neighboring states that are looking to attract firearms industry related businesses. We just talked to the dudes behind the organization and the opening of the big shooting complex outside of Cody. Hopefully that'll help make Wyoming a state where people want to come, but we're not the only state.
No, we're not, because that, the whole, the whole impetus of that story was I got an email and it said company coming to Riverton. Of course, I live in Riverton. Oh, that's cool. And then I looked further down and saw the date line. It was Riverton, Utah.
Ooh.
Which is,
yeah.
Whoops. There's a lot of times you'll Google stuff for Riverton and you'll get, you'll get Riverton, Utah,
totally.
Wyoming. But you're right. The competition is stiff, and probably the two areas that are probably most challenging for Wyoming is, what Mr. Wash had talked about, which is, housing and a workforce. The cool thing about Wyoming is our population. That's why a lot of people live here, because it is so sparsely populated. There's space, but the downside, if you want to look at it that way, the downside is there's not going to be all that much housing. And if you're a company coming in that needs a sizable workforce, you might have to bring it with you, or how do you find enough people to hire with a small population? And when where are you going to put them? Where are people going to live? So it's that's one challenge with Wyoming. But you are correct that people are hoping that the shooting complex will just be one more thing to entice them, because I'm hearing like there's a large. In fact, I think they sort of modeled our shooting complex somewhat after the big Cameo complex down by Grand Junction, but there are a lot of rumblings that people are getting. Real strong Second Amendment people are getting kind of fed up with the direction Colorado has been going. And if they had a choice, they'd come to Wyoming. So we'll see if that plays out. But I think they're kind of banking on that maybe some of this traffic that's been going to the Cameo complex can get, for not just contests, but convention, industry conventions and whatnot, can be enticed to come to Wyoming instead. So.
Ha! Suck it, Colorado. We already stole your rodeo, and now we're taking your firearms manufacturers.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, introduce us to Zach Key and Vance McGahee. They're doing something about that winter. Now, this winter back in 2023, devastating on wildlife, certainly on mule deer. Mule deer on a little bit of a recovery path, but these two are making efforts to help out the mule deer, pronghorn.
Yeah, and wildlife. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, when I talk to those guys, I was like, okay, well, what makes your organization different? And then two, the bigger question is, are we getting saturated? Because there are a lot of, and I suppose that's a good thing. There are a lot of conservation groups in or near Wyoming that are operating, that are doing this. And, the word I got from, insiders, people that are in those circles said, no. I mean, there's always room for more. There's always more work to be done. And there's always a different approach to take. And some folks will use they will have a professional salaried staff, and other like Zach and Vance, they're taking the approach where they want their organization to be 100% volunteer, no paid staff whatsoever. So, you can weigh the pros, and if you're thinking about doing this, you can weigh the pros and cons of those two different approaches. But yeah, that's what I'm hearing from the conservation community is, hey, the more the merrier. The more people we got working boots on the ground, the better. Yeah, if you want to take up the cause of wildlife, we love that in Wyoming. Yeah, I like it. All right, Mark, you have yourself a great Tuesday. Hey, you too. Okay, thank you. Cowboy State Daily, Mark Hines, quizzing him a little bit about some movie trivia. He was right on. He knows. And let's see, what do we got coming up next? Kevin Meyer, Cowboy Kevin Meyer is going to be on, and Representative Karlee Provenza will let you know the latest, what Karlee's been up to, hanging out with a Montana lawmaker, and they've been crossing corners. It's not naughty, and it's not even illegal. Yeah, that's all coming up this hour. Let's take a quick break and be back with more.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, we're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily. Let's get Cowboy Kevin Meyer on the scene. And careful when you're opening up your inbox emails. You never know when you might get a notice that looks a little bit like this. Let me put it up. It's going to take some wizardry to put up the visual. But Kevin, yeah, you got a notice the other day that you missed a traffic violation. You haven't paid your tickets or something. What happened?
Yeah. I'm evidently I'm a regular old outlaw.
Of course, we knew that.
I get this text from, it's a garbled up number. It's not an actual number, and it says that, what does it say here? I failed to pay a toll, and I had a parking violation and a speeding violation. So I may have spent a little too much time at the hitching post that night, I guess. I don't know.
That's the trifecta of violations. The toll, speeding, and you parked in the wrong place or something. Yeah.
Yeah, evidently. And obviously it's a scam deal. But what's funny is I posted it on X and asked people what was the first thing that they spotted on that document that told them it was a scam. And it was funny. Everybody's eye was drawn to something else, to something different.
Oh.
One person pointed out correctly that there are no toll roads in Wyoming.
Well, that's an easy one, right? Okay.
Another person pointed out that they had the statehood of Wyoming was the wrong year. They have it listed as 1869.
Ooh, sharp eye historian there. You hang out with some smart people, Kevin. Okay.
Well, the funny part is if you read it, it says Greel of F, the state O Wyoming on the seal.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that. I don't know if it's big enough for our viewers to see, but yeah. Misspellings, typos, always an indication that you're probably dealing with, somebody from Pakistan that struggles with the language. Yeah.
And what drew me first was it's the wrong picture on the seal. I didn't even look at the wording. I just knew it was the wrong picture. That's not the picture of the Great Seal of Wyoming. And I tell you what, this really bothers me, Jake. I have lost all faith in humanity because now even our con men won't put in a good day's work and take a little pride in their work.
Yeah. Have some respect for the profession, if you want to call it scamming. Yeah. It's all about respect. You're right. This shows a half-ass effort by somebody from, I hate to pick on India, but I mean, where else do they come from?
Well, I thought they might have produced this at the Leering Center in Minneapolis.
The what?
Don't you remember when they started to uncover the fraud in Minneapolis? And they had a preschool that was, the sign said Leering Center instead of Learning Center.
That's right. Dang, you should start hosting this show, man. You were like, you got your mind in the right lane here. Yes, that's right. Probably all this stuff derives from Minneapolis or India, two very democratic places, two enemies of the U.S. Minneapolis and
but that's the thing is the fact that I got this, I don't know how many millions of these they send out. They're just working the numbers game because they're going to fool some people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the same, dude. It's the same stuff before the internet. It was, trying to get grandma to put the aluminum siding on the house or to, your driveway needs retard. It was the same kind of stuff. And yeah, you're going to go 0 for 1,000. Well, you're going to go 0 for 999 and there'll be 1 in 1,000 that's going to bite it.
It's just like asking girls to dance when you're an awkward teenager. If you ask enough of them, one of them will say yes.
Sheer numbers is what Kevin and I and many gentlemen depended on. Just the sheer cast a big net. You'll catch at least one fish. Yeah, I've gotten these. Many county sheriff's offices across Wyoming have put out alerts to these scams. Doubtful you will be contacted via email about an old traffic violation. Doubt it. I doubt everything I see in the inbox anyway.
Yeah, that's the way with me. And I'm so bad about it because you get so many of those deals that I just stop looking at my email. And then the next time I open it up, there's about 500 new emails. And I'm sure there's an important one in there somewhere, but I always figure if it's really important, they'll call me.
Yeah, or physically come over and knock on the door, despite my doormat that says come back with a warrant. If I am always going to miss, if I'm ever audited by the IRS, they will have to come here because if they send me the email, I'm going to chuck it out. There's no way I'm going to believe it. If they call, it's just like an 800 scam number. In fact, AT&T will probably tell me when the call comes in from 1-800-GOVERNMENT, this is likely spam. I will not answer it and get back to you. You will have to come here with the SWAT team, presumably, and tell me I'm being audited or I've done something wrong on my taxes because I'm not going to believe anything you send me.
And then once they get there, they're going to have to go through all the pockets of your Carhartt coats dating back 25 years to find the receipts they're looking for.
Oh, dude, you know what I just did? This time around, I had this big manila envelope that had become overstuffed with years ago paperwork of taxes. Like I do it all TurboTax now. For a long time, I resisted using TurboTax. I used to fill out my tax return on the deadline day and mail it because I figure the IRS has to hire so many temps to cover those guys like me who, file on the last day. They got all these temps and that's they're probably paid per, tax thing. And they're probably just like, yeah, whatever. And I just figure in the flood of tax returns they get on April 15th, mine is not going to be red flag. There's just going to be too many. And I used to, do it purposely, written out by hand, paper. Just to add to the pain of the IRS that they have to go through that. And I did it in pencil also with the recognition that seriously, if I got to a number I didn't like at the end, like you owe, I'm like, no, that ain't going to work. I would retrofit my tax return to what was in the savings account. Otherwise, it didn't work, man. My taxes had to pencil, literally. And now I do TurboTax on the same kind of idea. But I had all my paperwork. Like I saved all the stuff that wasn't electronic. And it was a bulging manila. And I just finally 2 weeks ago threw it out. I'm like, are they going to audit my 2008 taxes? Good luck with that. You find the stuff then. You prove I didn't do it right. I threw it all out, Kevin.
Well, and I also think you and I are a bit in the same boat. When they open up that envelope and they look at it and it says horse trainer or radio show host from Wyoming,
yeah,
they're just going to flip that over their shoulder and put it into the go ahead box. We don't need to review that one.
Right. Although
I don't even know if you can cash a check for a penny.
Yeah. Well, you can't even find a penny now. It takes 3 cents to make a penny. Trump got rid of them. One of the smartest moves of the administration. He brought back high flow, high velocity shower heads and got rid of the penny. How this guy isn't already on a dollar bill, I don't know. He's the greatest president ever. The penny.
So we're now going to be controversial on our little weekly visit.
And
we're needing to get some clicks. Is that it?
No, I just want to note that, yes, the Cowboy State Daily Show on April 28th with Kevin Meyer got Jake audited and got us both, kicked off the air, maybe. All right, I want to share also this with you. To me, it has very real implications with working with horses, horse training, but probably I sense it has much deeper meaning as well. Let me share this little deal. How do I do it? Okay, I think I know how. I need an engineer to do this stuff for me. There, this phrase, if a horse reacts out of nowhere, in quotes, you have likely missed everything that came before it. And many times, if you've been around horses, work with horses, they'll do something that you think is totally unpredictable. And the more experienced horse people will tell you, nah, you could have seen it coming. What does it mean to you, Kevin?
Well, there's a great old horse trainer and clinician named Ray Hunt that he said something very similar. He said it's not what happened, it's what happened before what happened that matters.
Yeah.
And the more you work with horses, the more you work with dogs, you really get in tune to their body language and very subtle little signals, because I'm not going to say it's never happened in the world, but very seldom does a horse just buck for no reason. There are cues that you need to tune into, but you're right. There is a deeper meaning, because you can take this throughout your entire life. If you look back on anything that's ever happened in your life, whether it's an argument with your spouse or your kid misbehaving or getting into a car wreck, what really was the cause of any of those things is what happened just before the thing happened. And being able to tune yourself into those cues and knowing when to maybe push harder and knowing when to back off, knowing when to say you're right, even though they're wrong. Those little cues can really keep a guy out of a lot of trouble. Especially when you're dealing with the horses and the dogs and the spouses that do not speak your same language.
I'm glad these are life lessons from Cowboy Kevin Meyer. Horses and wives are very similar in this respect. Often when the wife says, can you possibly eat a meal without making all these crumbs? Maybe it isn't the crumbs that she's mad about. I'm just guessing. And the response is at that time of the month is not correct. I can tell you that. I can tell you that, cowboys. It's often what happened previously. Sometimes never. It's reading between the lines. It's recognizing that everybody you see walking around, you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. What you don't see them paddling underneath the water like a duck, and you may not have seen what came before. Horses or spouses. Kevin, brilliant.
Well, it's funny what a little bit of moisture will do to brighten up a guy's mind and make him start thinking outside the box a little bit.
Are you trying to say it rained in Douglas? No way.
We've gotten rain, we've gotten snow, we've got good heavy wet snow, and it's just soaking right in. The ground is so dry, it's like a sponge. Here about 10, 12 days ago, I rented a rototiller to till up the wife's garden, and I realized about 5 minutes in that I should have rented a jackhammer.
Oh, yeah. It's got. I thought you were going to say a leaf blower. The way to move dirt in Douglas, is usually just blow on it.
Well, you know this very well. There ain't no leaf blowers in Douglas because we have a big leaf blower called Mother Nature.
Yeah. Don Day supplies the leaf blower in Douglas. Yeah, so the ground got all rock hard. It drank up a little water, and now it's just cement, huh?
Yeah, but things are looking up. You know, we needed it. The winter finally came about 6 months later than it should have, but by golly, we'll take it. And it's really funny after the winter we've had that no one's complaining about a little bit of bad weather and some cold. Everyone's pretty darn happy.
Yeah. Well, usually in a normal Wyoming winter where I live, I get in the habit of flipping up the windshield wipers when I park for the night. I flip up the windshield wipers, and I get into that until about the 4th of July when I find myself, okay, I probably don't have to do that anymore. And if you know in Wyoming. And right now, I forgot to do it last night, and we got an inch of snow overnight. Oops.
Well, and to tie this together in a neat little bow, this is a perfect example. Everyone wouldn't be so happy about this moisture if we hadn't had the drought that happened before the moisture. And so what happened before what happened that's what really counts in life.
If your horse, wife, or dog acts unpredictably out of the blue, it's likely something that happened before. Something came before. Listen to Ray Hunt, listen to Kevin Meyer, and you'll be better off. Trust me. Have a great Tuesday.
You too, buddy.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on a Tuesday. Representative Karlee Provenza will join us next.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Hello, bonjour, hola, good morning. We're back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show. My background's looking a little less blue as light of the day comes in through the windows. I prefer a studio that's not artificially lit, which makes it kind of dark in the morning, but that's just how I roll. If you're enjoying us on the YouTube or Facebook, or X Live, or on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, you're enjoying the video component to the audio. If you're on radio stations throughout the state in syndication as the Cowboy State Daily Show, then you'll just have to picture a very bright, lively studio, if you will, and picture a handsome host. And then, of course, you can, if you're the podcast, but the podcast world has obviously exploded. Everybody doing the podcast now. Everybody and his brother's got a podcast, and that's because we're all listening to podcasts. So if that's your thing, yeah, we're there. We live in that world also. Wherever you listen to and download your favorite podcasts, just search up Cowboy State Daily Show, and you'll find us. So we're going to talk corner crossing. Representative Karlee Provenza, HD 45, has been foremost in that forum. She's really led the way, her and other lawmakers. And to catch you up on some background, just in case, and there are still people today who are not from Wyoming, and maybe you're from listening from out of state, out of country, you don't know what corner crossing is. I saw on Representative Provenza's Facebook post concerning corner crossing, where she posted recently a video of her doing that, actually corner crossing. And I saw, sure enough, there was a comment on the Facebook and someone said, "What is corner crossing?" Oh my. There are still people who will fall for the "you didn't pay your toll" or speeding ticket scam. And there are still people who don't know what corner crossing is. And that's okay, because Wyoming is one of the unique places that has checkerboard pattern land ownership. And that was created mostly because of the railroad back in the day, back in the 1800s. What it is left Wyoming with today is large parcels of land that are fairly perfectly square. And those parcels are like a checkerboard or a chessboard. They're interspersed with, private and public land. The public land may be BLM, it may be state land, it's land that you and I can use. It's public land. It belongs to us, the taxpayer, assuming you've done your taxes right, which I hope I did. And then checkerboarded, if the public land are all the black spaces, then all the white spaces are private land. And what has happened is some private landowners have used public land checkerboarded within their large land holding. Let's say if you're a big ranch owner, you've basically said, "Hey, you can't get to those public lands without crossing my land." And that's trespassing. And that has held for many, many years until now, a recent 10th Circuit Court ruling, which said if you legally and carefully can figure out where the corner of those two squares of land meet, you can presumably, and more than just theoretically, you can literally cross from public land square to public land square, moving as if you were a bishop on the chessboard. And that all came to a head. Ryan Semerad was the lawyer on that. That all came to a head in a lawsuit. And the court has ruled on it. So that, I think, gets you up to date on what corner crossing is. And let's get Representative Provenza in here. Hi, Karlee. I just explained, because I saw in a post on Facebook that you made of the video of you corner crossing, I saw somebody commented saying, "What is corner crossing?" There's always going to be that one person. So I created the background, and I think I got it right. But yeah, let's start with, hey, the nerve of you going out there corner crossing, putting on a video or it didn't happen. Well, it did. Karlee's got the video. Representative Provenza is representing you folks in District 45. She's a legislator, scientist, and community advocate. And now you can add to the portfolio a corner crosser.
Well, I don't think it was my first time corner crossing, Jake, but...
No, but first documented corner crossing that is now presumably legal, although I think there's still work to be done, and we'll talk about next session and what your plans are. But give me the idea what was behind the video. I hear you say it wasn't so much premeditated to document this or do this, but you and the Montana lawmaker, tell me his name again, you got together in an area that is checkerboarded and would have potential corner. In fact, it was the Iron Bar, the actual property that we're talking about, that is the 10th Circuit Court case. So yeah, what's the idea behind it?
Yeah. So Representative Seconder and I are both co-chairmen in our states for the National Sportsmen's Caucus. And so we serve on that caucus together. So we've been, talking about sportsmen's issues for the past year or so. And he came out to Wyoming to go to the Muley Fanatics dinner with us. So we got a table to go to Muley Fanatics. And in Wyoming now, because of the 10th Circuit, you can go from one parcel of public land to another. But in Montana, their state government is saying that you can't. They're saying it's illegal because they're not under the 10th Circuit. And so I asked Josh, was like, "Do you want to go check out the center of the corner crossing issue with me?" And we just did kind of a trip. So we didn't even necessarily go out there to say we were setting any kind of precedent. It was mostly just to go look at what's a geomarked corner look like, and have the conversation with our people back home about corner crossing, because I think there's still some public education that needs to be done. But yeah, so we went to Muley Fanatics and we decided let's go cross some corners.
And we have the video to prove it. I was looking at that today. I'll share a little bit of that in a moment. Representative Provenza, you mentioned how we have I think we've pretty well defined that it's legal in Wyoming, but not necessarily so in Montana. What would have been more definitive, and when Ryan Semerad, our buddy, the lawyer who took up the cause of these hunters, he's looking at the refusal of the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, to hear any challenges. And in this case, the large landowner has challenged this every step of the way. The Supreme Court just tacitly, by not hearing the case, sort of said it's okay to corner cross anywhere, but in Montana, I don't know. You might be taking a risk. Or is there any effort from your buddy, the lawmaker in Montana, to introduce something there in that state? And do you feel satisfied that it's okay in Wyoming? I mean, satisfied enough that you did it and you didn't feel you'd be led away in handcuffs. But what will it take for Montana, and what still maybe would you like to do in Wyoming?
Yeah. So in February, Representative Seconder and I published an op-ed that essentially said, hunters have done a good job of fighting for public land access, and lawmakers need to have their back. So as far as Representative Seconder and I are concerned, our goal is to get all of the Western states to have something on their books that protects corner crossing. Because it's not necessarily enough for the court to say, we can corner cross here, because that can be challenged and overthrown. What needs to happen is, while it's legal right now to corner cross in Wyoming, we need to protect that right to do so. And so that's where I come in the state of Wyoming. Representative Seconder is certainly working to make corner crossing legal in the state of Montana using the bill that we brought to the Wyoming legislature. And I know that other Western states are doing it right now as well. So Oregon had a bill this past session, and the op-ed that we published was published in 7 states across the West and made it into national newspapers. And so we're really trying to push this idea that, like, if we want public land access for now and future generations, for corner crossing or landlocked public lands, we actually have to go on offense and do something, because every time we sit around and wait for a court challenge to protect our rights, there are people making their careers, kind of like Harriet Hageman, making their careers off making sure that you lose your public land access.
This topic, this interest has been important to you, obviously, for a long time. I mean, you campaigned on it. It's been long enough that you have the T-shirt, public landowners. So it's important.
Too.
Oh, there you go. I mean, this is one of your things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, public land to me is the same thing as freedom. It's the freedom to go where I please, to go raise my family outside, like to be out in spaces that belong to me and everyone. And there's nothing more freeing than being able to pitch my tent and be outside with wildlife and hunt my own food and fish for my own dinner, right? Like, it's integral to who we are in Wyoming. It's integral to who we are in the West. And I feel very strongly we can't take it for granted. Because if I couldn't go to my camp spot, if I couldn't drive out to my public land, it would be detrimental to my quality of life.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing for platitudes, campaign slogan to be our heritage and lifestyle in Wyoming is public lands. It's another thing to go out and rubber meets the road and actually do it. Actually, like corner cross, and it is. I mean, what's more Wyoming than public lands? It's heritage, it's our culture, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah. And it's for everybody. You know, it's not just your sportsmen. It's also your ag producers. I mean, they use public land as well. So it's everybody, your recreationalists, and I think it brings a lot of people to Wyoming. You know, tourism is our number 2 industry in Wyoming after oil and gas, which also uses public lands. But it's a big producer here. And if we just start developing over it, or we block people out of it, then what seems like, are people going to come here?
Let me ask you, I don't know if you know this, but I thought of this when I saw the photo. I'm sharing the photo now, provided by Representative Karlee Provenza of the land crossing spot, the corner crossing spot where you did it. Is it always in this checkerboard pattern that we see? I don't have, where I am, I don't have a lot of checkerboard. I mean, I'm blessed. We're blessed here in Jackson Hole with a lot of Bridger Teton, a lot of forest, but there are parts of Wyoming where you've got this confusing checkerboard pattern. Is it always designated like we see in this photo? Because I would imagine landholders that would love to double their land ownership by also incorporating the public land in there and making it purposely confusing. Are they under any onus to designate or to mark, or do we always see this? Because I see where it's at. You see the no trespass, and you can see the corner. Is it always that way?
No, it's not. Survey markers are certainly not at every corner. I don't even think we have like a really great guess as to how many, but survey legislators, people that do surveys in the legislature, were just like, yeah, it's a special day when I find a survey marker when I'm out in the field. And so I don't think that there's a ton of them. And there's certainly no requirement for landowners to mark where that corner is. I did bring a bill, and it passed into law a few years ago, that made it so landowners couldn't mark public lands as private. Because before, they were just marking up public land saying, sorry, it's private, you can't go here. And hunters, you know, they're following the law. They're looking at their Onyx and they're like, I can't, this isn't, that's my land over there. But they didn't want to be in violation of the law and be mistaken, because they're tagged, like they're not going to be able to get tags again. They're not going to be able to hunt. So we're working on that, but there's no onus on the landowner, except in criminal trespass. So there's a difference, right? There's criminal trespass, which is like, if I'm just out trespassing on public land, or I'm using public land, if there's not a fence and a sign there, for the most part, I'm probably okay to be out there. But if I start hunting or fishing, if it has to do with wildlife, the onus is on me as the hunter to then say, I'm on private property, I can't do that. That's not on the landowner. So there might be some landowners that want to do gotchas. I think most folks, particularly people that have lived here for generations and are in respect of communities, and they also are fine sharing their land, like sharing the public land that's adjacent. But there's bad actors moving in, which is another reason why I think we need to protect these rights, because you got people that move out of state that buy up a big parcel of land because it's next to public land, and they think they can keep folks from hunting in it. And the tent circuit says they can't.
Yeah, large landowners, whether it's confusing signage or no signage, put all the responsibility and pressure on the land user, the recreationist, the hunter. You need to know. You need to have a GPS. You need to know tech. You better be aware of where you are. If you are in your corner crossing legally, you're good to go. The 10th Circuit Court said so. Representative Provenza proved it with the video. Hey, just a couple more things while we have you. I know concerns about dark money, outside influences. Have you seen it in your race as a Democrat? Certainly Republicans have been, it's been the topic of these last few sessions at legislature. Is it still a concern?
Oh, I think it's central to how we continue to have a government that represents people. If corporations and wealthy out-of-staters can buy up $1 million worth of mailers to oust people out of their offices here in Wyoming, I mean, we've seen it already. Freedom Caucus PAC gets outside money, and some of it's from in-state, but just the way that we handle elections anymore. It's not like my neighbor's running for office anymore. It's turned into something else. So I think we need to do a complete overhaul of how we think about campaign season and what are the rules and regulations around that so that good, honest people get elected.
Campaign financing reform, maybe. Wyoming does so many things right. Let's continue to do things right and lead the way in politics and who represents us. I like that. One other thing, recent news, a temporary restraining order on the abortion ban in Wyoming. Bill deemed it unconstitutional. It all hinges on the definition of health care. And Representative Provenza would say, can't say we didn't tell you so. And we'll let her say that now.
Yeah, can't say I didn't tell you so. Every year in the legislature, year after year, I've said this is not constitutional. If you want to ban abortion access, you want to ban maternal health care, you have to go to the voters and let the voters decide. And I don't understand why my colleagues don't want to ask the voters what they think. Maybe it's because they know they'll lose.
Karlee Provenza joins us, Representative Provenza, House District 45, Democrat. And now we can add corner crosser to the list of things.
Thanks, Jake.
You naughty legislator. Thank you.
I'm here for the people. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Representative Provenza. Yeah, she's always been about public lands. Got two. Been there, done that. Got 2 T-shirts to prove it. And now a video with her peer up there from Montana, Corner Crossing. Check out the video on her Facebook site. Search it up. I'll play it later if I have time. We've been so busy today. Coming up next hour, we're going to get with Father Chad Ripperger. It's hard. That's a hard word for me to say. I don't know why. Father Chad, we'll just go with that. He is a Roman Catholic priest born in Casper who was one of the foremost exorcists working today. He'll be with us next hour. You do not want to miss this discussion. It will be fascinating. Right now, we got a break for news on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A woman went from house to house pleading for help early Sunday morning, telling neighbors her husband has a gun. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that a neighbor said Monday that the man sprayed police cars with gunshots for about 20 minutes before being shot.
I talked to one of the neighbors, Lynn Christensen, who said a woman was outside sobbing, ringing her doorbell. Christensen rushed to the door. The woman had moved on to the next house, and the people in that home were calling police. And then she said that she heard gunshots for around 20 minutes. She said this kind of tame statement from Sheridan PD that shots had come from the home. She said that was an understatement. This was 20 minutes of pretty consistent fire, after which police shot him and he ended up hospitalized.
Christensen declined to identify the man shot or his wife publicly. A FedEx driver will be in court on Wednesday to face a charge of aggravated homicide, accused of slamming into a stalled truck on the shoulder of I-80. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that one of 2 men trying to fix the truck was killed, while another suffered catastrophic injuries.
A 63-year-old FedEx driver from West Jordan, Utah, was arrested on Friday, April 24th. He was driving a FedEx delivery truck when authorities say he veered off to the right side of the road, striking 2 men who were fixing their pickup truck. This was in Sweetwater County around mile marker 112. Authorities say a camera inside of the FedEx truck showed Chris Shepard sort of bouncing up and down. The Wyoming Highway Patrol listed driver fatigue as a possible contributing factor, although that has not yet been confirmed.
Shepard is now charged with multiple crimes, including aggravated homicide by vehicle, a felony punishable by up to 20 years in prison, and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Amazon is spending $4 billion this year to expand its reach with same-day and next-day deliveries to some of America's most remote places, including Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that for rural residents and small businesses, the fast deliveries are a game changer.
In their press person that I talked to, one of the things she noted in the email she sent me is that 60% of their platform are small business owners using it to sell. It's helped a lot of entrepreneurs get started with their business ideas in a much less expensive fashion than they'd be able to otherwise do.
People who live in the middle of nowhere are showing their appreciation for faster rural delivery service by baking cinnamon rolls to thank their drivers. Opposition to Cheyenne data centers is growing as residents become more vocal and sign petitions against them. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one councilman says development has happened so fast it's, quote, completely outstripped the ability of the county and the city to plan.
Councilman Lawrence Wolf said that he has heard there's a petition circulating that is calling for a temporary moratorium on data centers in the Cheyenne area. The argument they have is that data centers consume a lot of water, and there's concern about the coming water supply and the demand. There's concern that electricity costs will go up because data centers are coming in. And there's also concern about viewscapes being tarnished or destroyed.
A meeting was held Monday night where the city council was considering a proposal to rezone acres of a former historic ranch. If they rezone it, if it passes, it will be rezoned as a business park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, and we are certainly blessed to have our next guest on. We put him in the big square. That's Father Chad Ripperger. Father Chad is a priest, theologian, and one of the foremost active exorcists. You heard that right. Working in the world today. He's the author of several books. He does it all under the Roman Catholic cloth. Founded the Society of the Most Sorrowful Mother, born in Casper, Wyoming, which I was not aware of until recently. Father Chad's been churched and schooled, earning dual bachelor degrees and 2 masters. And this discussion it has the potential perhaps to go to dark places, but none of this is intended to give any attention to Satan and his peoples and glorify him. We're going to keep this discussion in the light. Zachary Sontag's with us as well. Zach has some questions. We're going to write a story out of this. Father, it's great to have you on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
So, Zach will have some questions for you, but I want to get us started at least in your career path and how it got to exorcisms and what kind of ritual and practice this is in the Catholic Church. Now, you were ordained in 1997 by Bishop Slattery. He suggested that you get involved in practicing exorcism, train for it. Why is that? And just tell us about that early decision to bring exorcism into your toolkit.
Well, originally, actually, I was already the exorcist. I had been actually asked to be the exorcist in the Archdiocese of Omaha, Nebraska. And then my superiors signed me to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and then Bishop Slattery had a case for me to look at. And I just told him that I was not, I was too busy to process the case. And so he asked if I would train somebody. And then in the process, we had discussed about the necessity of starting a group of priests that's basically all they do, because at the time, there was only about 10 to 13 exorcists around the country. And out of that 10, maybe 5 knew what they were doing. So we wanted to make sure. So the idea was to get a place where people could actually come and get help throughout the country. And so that was kind of the idea behind starting that particular society. But originally I was kind of an academic. I taught in the seminary. I was never really interested in becoming an exorcist. But here I am.
Father Chad, can you talk about when we're let's define possession, demonic influence in people's lives. It's real, it happens, but it's not the Hollywood version of frothing at the mouth always. I mean, that is full on possession, but there is spiritual warfare going on. I'm sure the devil would rather work subtly. If you read C.S. Lewis's Screw Tape Letters, he's more than happy to influence your life without you even recognizing it. Let's talk about demonic possession and in the different stages. It could be oppression, it could be obsession, or it could be full-on possession. How do you figure out what's going on in any particular case?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. So there's technically speaking several different kinds of diabolic influence. The first is infestation, when they get into houses or homes or things like that. The other, but that's in relationship to things. But then there is ordinary diabolic influence or temptation, and that just comes in the form of temptation, which all human beings suffer by varying degrees. And those are sometimes hard to determine because temptation can come from the world, the flesh, and the devil. So it can come from a variety of different sources. And so sometimes it's not always clear whether something is from the devil in that particular case. Then there is one called dolor, which is basically where they attack people physically who are actually holy or good people. That's pretty rare. I've never seen an authentic case of it myself. I've only read about them. The next one is then diabolic oppression. That's where they attack people from the outside. So if someone's attacks appear to be primarily external and they're not really dealing with anything internally, like psychological attacks and things of that sort, then we know that it's oppression, where they're attacking their externals, like their family, their finances, their relationships, their job situation, and the like. And then there's obsession, which is there is authentically, obviously, a form of psychological obsession, but demons can also obsess people. It has a different set of qualities and hallmarks to it, but they can actually obsess people. And then possession is where they actually take possession of the body. And then oppression and obsession are always part of that. But the way that we know, for example, that someone is possessed is the churches requires us to determine with moral certitude what they call the 3 preternatural signs, like speaking in languages the person's never studied, occult knowledge. There's things they know. There's no way this person could actually know that. Or then the last one is the things that are beyond human capacity, like levitation. Or sometimes you'll see this, like an old lady. There was a case in California where she was 80 years old. She could hardly walk with a walker. And then when the demon would manifest, he was literally throwing the police officers around the room. So that's how generally you kind of sort it out, is based upon primarily the preternatural signs.
I want to talk about your personal experience with actual exorcisms and what that looks like. I'm sure Zachary Sontag has questions for you as well. But one more thing to just further define what it is we're battling against. When we talk about spiritual warfare, you can read it in the Bible. You can understand what tools you can take, what protections. It's in Ephesians if you want to look it up.
That's right.
This is all biblical. You cannot believe in a creator God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit and the Trinity without believing in an enemy. And that enemy is Satan, and Satan runs the demons.
That's correct. Yeah. In fact, 23% of the Gospels is actually Christ dealing with demons. So it's not a small part of what we actually believe in. I mean, it's not the primary thing, like you said. Our primary focus should be God and not Satan. But and so obviously, and there's, as you mentioned, there's stuff right in Scripture that tells you how you actually battle them and things of that sort. So in my own personal experience is that I've been doing exorcism, solemn rite of exorcism for 18 years. So that means I've actually been dealing with people who are possessed for 18 years. And so I've seen the whole gamut of different things that you're actually going to see. But, you kind of opened it up, which was actually correct. Most exorcisms of people who are possessed, there is a preternatural sign that you're going to see so that okay, I'm not dealing with something that's normal or that's human or natural here. But on the other hand, most of it is pretty banal or pretty. There's not a whole lot of. It's pretty boring, frankly, because you spend most of your time just kind of grinding out and beating them up. And once in a while, you do see some things that are pretty extraordinary, but those are actually less interesting, ironically, than what you actually see the mercy of God in this whole process, or the action of Christ in people's lives and the mercy that He has. That's actually more interesting.
Zachary, do you have any questions? We're hoping that we make a story out of this for Cowboy State Daily. When you have a chance to sit down and talk with Father Chad, you better get a story out of it. This guy is a big deal. Zach, anything on your mind?
What an opportunity. I know, right? Yeah, so much on my mind. Too much on my mind. I really want to ask, I know that you've still got some Wyoming in your soul, because we understand that you carry. We understand that you have a shooting range out at the spiritual facilities. And I want to ask, before you were doing exorcisms, before you became the premier exorcist, in fact, you were just a Wyoming boy, a kid from Casper. What was it like growing up in Casper for Chad Ripperger?
Yeah, actually, I still have very strong attachments to Wyoming, very strong, and even to Casper itself. Well, I grew up, was born and raised here. Went to Southridge Elementary School, went to CY, and then went to Natrona County. I thought that actually I had a pretty good education. I thought educationally here in Wyoming, and actually I had. I wish I would have taken a bit more my studies a little more seriously at the time, but it was actually I thought it was actually a phenomenally good place to grow up, and I think it still is. But in comparison to a lot of other places, but when we grew up, I was just talking to that with my sister. You could roam around at night, and your parents didn't worry about you, that kind of a thing. So. I still have a lot of fond memories of here. I actually wrote a book called Shop Talk, which talks about working with my dad as a mechanic for a number of years here in Casper. So, but I still have a lot of fond memories of Casper and Wyoming.
Oh, we love to hear it. Yeah, and I know that you are the youngest of 6.
Correct.
Children. What else about growing up in Casper? You were religious, but I'm guessing you also had some other hobbies. Did you like watching baseball games? Were you a bike rider? What did you do?
We actually, when I grew up, we played a lot of games like on our bikes. Like you said, we would ride our bikes. Cops and Robbers was a big one growing up. I used to ride my bike all around Casper. And even up until into high school and that type of thing. When I got into high school and I was, as I mentioned, working as a mechanic for my dad, I kind of got interested in fast cars and things of that sort. So I would do work for my friends on their vehicles and things of that sort. And But the main hobby that I probably developed while I was here is when I was 10 years old, my dad took me fly fishing for the first time. And we went every single year until he passed, which was about 2 years ago. So we went every single year fly fishing. So that was became a pretty big mainstay. And then he also took me hunting, which I also did some of that as well.
Fantastic. And by the way, Zach, I think it's okay to be a baseball fan as far as the Pope is concerned, but you have to be a Chicago Cubs fan first and foremost, no matter what, probably. Hey, Father Chad, give me an idea how prevalent today. I feel like today, we all feel like today is Revelations playing out, like perhaps end time scenario. Is today more demonic influence? Do you see more call outs? How does someone get a hold of you, by the way? And I've heard you say, 400, 500, maybe 800 calls a day for your intervention with exorcists.
We get about 800 inquiries a month for help. Which is still significant. It's 20 to 30 a day is actually the number of inquiries we get for help. And so we actually keep statistics. We have been keeping statistics for a while. Statistically, the number of people that are actually possessed is very low. It's very rare. It doesn't happen too often. In fact, of those who actually come to us and we actually think they have a diabolic problem, it's only 0.5% of the population that we see. So it's pretty low. But as to the amount of diabolic obsession and the amount of diabolic oppression, that we have seen a drastic rise, even since I was just an exorcist starting 18 years ago. So there's a significant rise in that. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that people are getting more involved in the occult, Satanism and witchcraft and things of that sort, but it's also the result of people just aren't leading the same kinds of lives that they used to do, 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah. Is there causation? Is there a way to leave the door open for the enemy? And are we seeing people do that today?
Yeah, they do. Well, what we've noticed is the consistent pattern that results in them getting these like oppression, obsession, or possession, those kind of extraordinary diabolic kind of influences, is the result of when people do things that are particularly bad, when they commit sins that are particularly bad, like murder. But another one that we're seeing a drastic rise among men is watching pornography that's been cursed. So we're seeing things along that line. We're also seeing a significant increase in certain kinds of difficulties that women are suffering because as a result of the amount of rape and incest and things of that sort is significantly on the rise. So a lot of those people become under diabolic influence. And so it's when people are committing really bad things, that's when the demons usually get their foot in the door.
Zach, anything to add?
Yes. When you talk about diabolic oppression on the rise, I mean, to a lot of people, it seems maybe obvious, maybe not. But I've heard you put this in the context of the Epstein scandal. And I've also heard you say that the prayers of others determine how effective you can be and how quickly you can do the exorcism. How does that all tie together?
Well, it's we basically know this from St. Paul's discussion of the mystical body of Christ, that what one person does affects other people. And so as people, historically, when people would leave actually very holy lives, the result of that, or good lives, that they're living life according to the 10 Commandments, and they were following the teachings of Jesus Christ and that type of thing on a consistent basis. What it meant is that the efficacy of our prayers were much more, they were much greater. The other part of it is, as the world becomes more evil, the demons become more empowered and more entrenched. So it takes more work in order to get them out. And so that's what we're actually seeing as the world declines morally. That's when we're seeing it's becoming more and more difficult to get them out.
Zach, you kind of touched on it with the Epstein files, but Father Chad, in January of 21, you received some criticism for a prayer, Stop the Steal prayer. That kind of dabbles in politics a little bit, but it makes me think of political leaders today, whether it's in the U.S., globally, political leaders influenced by I mean, I hate to even think about it, but it's got to be there.
Yeah, it actually is. It's kind of funny. Everyone kind of labels it to Stop the Steal, but it was really basically just to have transparency and honesty in our elections, regardless of where a person stands on that politically, right? We want authentic, and so that's part of it. But then also part of it was also so that God would actually allow us to have the leaders that would be best for our country spiritually and morally, and so that was part of the reasons for it, because what the politicians do also does affect the moral, it does have a moral impact upon the culture by what they permit or what they promote or things of that sort. And so that was part of the reason behind it. The other thing is in my cases, they do talk a little bit about it, but not nearly as much as they do in other exorcist cases, because I keep in contact with a number of exorcists around the country. And the demons do talk about the various people in politics that are under different forms of diabolic influence. They do also talk about world leaders who have been or are. But some of that stuff, obviously, you can't. The only way you could verify it is you'd have to meet with the person and pray over them to see if there was a manifestation, these preternatural manifestations. So when you look at the behavior of the people, you're like, yeah, probably the demons are telling the truth in that particular case. But as a general rule, you can't really trust too much of what they say.
Father Chad, Zach, we have to take a quick break. If I just want everybody to stay with us, because where I want to go next is an actual exorcism, how Father Chad determines what is going on or maybe not going on, and then how the stages of liberation, what active role the subject has to play to get themselves out of possession. If we're talking about the full-on demonic possession, I want to know how an exorcism worked. In particular, I want to know if Father Chad has ever been scared, ever feared during exorcism. Let's do that right after this break.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage
that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place place that I call home.
And we're back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show. I'm Jake. Zach is with us. He's going to write a story about this whole thing to make sure we got it right. And Father Chad Ripperger is with us. He is the foremost, probably, exorcist working today. Yes, an exorcist. Casting out demons. It's biblical. In the Bible, it says, by my name, Jesus said, you will cast out demons. But not all demons. Some are extra strength special, which makes me think, Father Chad, you are armed properly. You know who wins in the end. Right. Spoiler alert. And you know you fight on the side of good. Demons can only go as far as God and our Savior and Jesus will let them. They have a short leash, as I've heard you say. Still, you have to be in scenarios, or I've heard of scenarios where, boy, for a moment you had to be frightened about what was going on.
Okay, I should say that I've never actually been frightened of the demons. There's only 2 times I've ever been afraid. The first time I ever did it, I was thinking to myself, I hope I don't do something stupid. That was the first one. But then the only other time I've really had fear is when there's one demon wouldn't obey, and I asked God to punish him in a way he's never been punished before. And when at that point the demon full-blown manifest, Hollywood kind of a style type of a thing. And when I looked at it, it wasn't even that scared me. What scared me was the exactitude and the severity of God's punishment in relationship to him and to those who end up in hell. And so that was kind of like, whew. But other than that, if a person stays in their lane, and because you're doing the work of Jesus Christ, he's going to protect you as long as you stay in your lane. You don't do something that you shouldn't be doing. And so as a general rule, I don't have a whole lot of fear in relationship to it. In fact, it's usually the other way around. It's usually the demons that fear the exorcist because they know they're about to take a pretty brutal beating and there's not a whole lot that they can do about it.
Interesting. The one time you did have a little bit of fear, it was over knowing the authority you carry through Jesus in an exorcism and the punishment that you're able to command on his behalf.
Yeah, when you see how severe the God's justice can be, and especially in relationship to this demon, because he was a particularly bad individual. It does. It gives you a true fear of the Lord in the sense of you don't want to ever offend God, and you realize, the severity of his justice. On the other hand, as I mentioned before, when you see God working with people and liberating them and getting their lives straightened out, you see how merciful God is and how much he loves us.
Zach, anything about exorcisms, Zach, that you're thinking about? I mean, we've all seen movies. I've never seen an actual exorcism or the need for one, but I'm just fascinated by it. Anything, Zach?
Really fascinating. Father Ripperger, I've heard you say that you have had in these exorcisms dealings with Beelzebub. And right. When you say that, I'm picturing, okay, here is somebody who's having dealings with the biggest bad guy. I mean, we're talking about Satan himself. What are these dealings like exactly?
Well, it actually depends. So I think I've mentioned it a few times publicly, but there's actually a case that from France it first came out. But you actually see some indicators of this in some of the medieval writers. Even Dante has Satan sitting on the throne with 3 heads. And so basically what happened is Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub actually are the same guy. Christ himself indirectly reveals it. When the Jews accuse him of casting power out by the power of Beelzebub, he turns and says, well, how can Satan cast out Satan? So they're the same guy, but when they manifest, it's much like multiple personality disorder. You get very different personalities in relationship to it. And so I find that in my experience, when Christ labeled Satan as a liar and a murderer, it was a dead ringer because he just lied. It didn't matter if it went better for him. He would just lie. I mean, he just chronically lied. And then Lucifer is actually a little easier to kick out, I found, in most cases, but then Beelzebub can be pretty stubborn. And they all drive different things in people, different disorders in different people. So Yeah, I've dealt with 3 cases of Beelzebub, 5 cases with Lucifer, and only 1 case with Satan. So actually, most exorcists, to get an authentic case where Satan is the actual possessor, is extremely rare.
Wow. And can you give me a sense of, is it so obvious that you don't even feel that the imagery matters? You just feel it? Or is there something you see? Does it look a certain way when you're dealing with Beelzebub or Satan?
Yeah, actually, okay, so as I mentioned, there's these preternatural signs. Well, one of the preternatural signs is actually what we call morphing. It's where the person actually changes shape. And so you've actually seen this a little bit like that. They'll portray it in Hollywood a little bit here and there, although a lot of times the Hollywood stuff, it tends to be a bit sensationalized, but the person will actually change shape. So with Beelzebub, he has in every case I've ever had, he always looks the same. His jaw extends out, the head narrows, the eyes become bloodshot, and the person, whether it's a man or a woman, will change into this figure that actually looks like a man. And so that's what you tend to see in most of the cases that you're actually working on. What we call morphing is 80 to 90% of what you're going to see, and that gives you an indicator that you're seeing something that's not natural. Because we do have people from time to time who think they're possessed, and so they'll act like they're changing, but you can see it. You can just tell them, okay, look, that's not, any human being could make those kinds of faces and that type of thing. Here we're talking about stuff that looks like structural changes and things like that to the person's actual face. And so that's morphing is usually what you see. So once you see a clear preternatural sign, then you know for certain that you're dealing with possession. Otherwise, it can be other forms of diabolic influence. And a majority of the time that we deal with people, it's usually something psychological they're dealing with.
You're talking, and again, we're talking about a very rare cases, like 0.5%, these full-on demonic possessions, where
Right.
these are no-brainers, Father Chad. These are, when you see a subject that is morphed into something else, or when you see a
Right.
subject that it displays superhuman strength, or a subject that is speaking not in tongues, but in a language they shouldn't know, a language that is long dead. Maybe they're speaking Latin to you, and you're trying to keep... These are giveaway signs that you're in the final battle against a real bad.
You have moral certitude at that point.
Yeah.
You're certain. It's and the languages can be a variety of different languages. I mean, the first case of possession I ever dealt with, the guy spoke a form of Phoenician that had been defunct for 3,500 years, which ironically ended up in the movie Nefarious. So, but whereas other times, you mentioned Latin. I've had numerous cases where the demons would speak in Latin. I had one case where the demon would only speak in Latin, and he was kind of uppity because I do know Latin. Whenever I would speak the Latin, if my grammar wasn't flawless, he would ignore me. So I would correct the grammar and that type of thing. At the end of it, I actually told him, I said, "Hey, you've helped my grammar quite a bit." So,
Man, one more thing, and I'm going to have Zach jump in a second. I do want to remind people that these are very, very extreme cases where you have cast out demon-possessed people. Let's go back to the initial meeting with someone where maybe a family member's called in and said, "I'd like you to intervene with my daughter. I don't know what's going on." And how do you identify maybe there's a spiritual, a demon power has taken some kind of stronghold in someone's life? How do you identify whether it's a mental disorder? Maybe they're bipolar, maybe they have Tourette's, or maybe it's all the same. I don't know. How do you make that initial impression? What do you do?
So the primary thing we do is we put people on a prayer regimen. So once they start praying, the demons if it's diabolic, the demons can't tolerate it. And so what you begin to see is, if it's diabolic obsession or oppression, it'll have one set of patterns that you'll see from the prayer. And then if it's possession, it'll very often look like it's actually getting worse when that just means that the demons are actually feeling it. But and then at some point, usually once in a while, you'll have cases where people have actually already seen, like the husband has seen a preternatural sign in his wife or something like that. That's very clear. But then what'll happen is then we'll talk to them, get a sense of it, get a kind of scope out the structure of the case. in that itself, just talking to them and watching those prayer patterns, you can eliminate about 80 to 90% of those who are actually psychological, because the psychological patterns also have a very distinctive pattern. In fact, I wrote an entire book called Diabolic Influence for clergy and for healthcare professionals that go into these different patterns. It's extremely consistent. So if it's psychological, you're only going to see a consistent pattern, and then it's psychological, which I mentioned is a majority of the case. Sometimes you get an intermix where it is diabolic stuff, but it's layered on top of psychological conditions. So then they have to work with both the therapist and the exorcist. But then when it went with possession, then what happens is, so you do the initial vetting, you'll start to see the initial patterns. We call them secondary signs, but we're looking for what's called a primary sign. That's one of these preternatural signs. And then if you see the secondary signs, usually most exorcists will pray over the person, and it's at that time that a preternatural sign will occur. The demon will show himself. Christ forces him to come to the surface, because if he didn't, we would have no way of the person would have no way of getting liberated, because you'd never know. So Christ forced him to the surface, and then once you get to that point, then you realize, okay, then you proceed to the solemn rite of exorcism.
Father Chad Ripperger is with us, a priest, theologian, exorcist, author of several books. Zachary Sontag also joins the discussion. Expect a story from the Cowboy State Daily on all of this from Zach. Zach, what else?
Father, I found really interesting what you had to say about aliens, which is that when people talk about aliens, in your opinion, this may just be demonic mirage, as you put it, because there's so much in common with how these so-called alien abductions take place, and maybe it's just demonic projection. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there's kind of three aspects to it. I did actually do a conference on it some time ago, but basically, a lot of the times when people actually are having these alien abductions, there's literally hundreds of cases where people who are Bible-believing Christians would call out on the name of Jesus, and then all of a sudden, boom, the abduction would just literally stop. They would just disappear. Everything would just disappear. And so there's that element. The other thing, as I've mentioned in the conferences, is that if you take a look at all of the different things that the aliens supposedly do in these abduction cases, if you peel the veneer away from it as being alien, it has the exact same structure that you see when demons attack people who are possessed, or even people who aren't possessed. There are certain forms of diabolic attack that you actually see, which are actually part of oppression. So those they're almost they're identical, basically. And then the last thing that is that once in a while, they never do it with me because I don't buy it, but because demons will try stuff that they think that you don't, if they think they can get something past you. We have had exorcists where that morphing, which I mentioned before, when the demons would manifest, they would actually morph into looking like one of those aliens with the big eyes and little mouth and all that stuff, and the gray skin and all that. So they would actually do that to try and deceive the exorcist or what have you. And so it's basically that's what I've done. Just knowing all those things and dealing with all those particular things. That's why I just say, a lot of these things, and even the way that people talk about them, a lot of times it just sounds diabolic. That's a whole different question, obviously, about UAPs and things like that, because that's a whole different kind of a question. But the question of the abduction is another matter.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Who knows what kind of mirages we've got out there. I know that you've taken a few hits too. You don't seem to get scared, but sometimes maybe you should. You had a intense case of gout, which you liken to a curse. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's because a woman actually cursed me, and I had forgotten to say the prayers. Because usually when we see people, we'll say prayers of protection before and after. And when I went to visit this woman, I had totally forgotten, and then she cursed me afterwards, and so I ended up with a gout. But then I just said the prayers, and that broke. But it can kind of tell you that demons can mimic, your physical problems. They can actually cause health issues. I'm not suggesting that a majority of health issues are diabolic. In fact, most of them I think are just purely natural, and you should go see a doctor first, obviously. But on the other hand, But it's like anything else. You're stepping into a boxing ring, so you get beat around a little bit. On the other hand, though, as I mentioned before, if you're doing what Christ asked and you're not doing anything that is contrary to what he has commanded, and you're staying in your lane, and you basically follow what, like, for example, the Catholic Church has a set of kind of only do these things and don't do those things. If you just follow that, you're relatively safe. You do get beat around a little bit, but that's just part of stepping into a boxing ring.
Father Chad, you mentioned, I mean, we all can go see what these protection, we all want to be able to protect ourselves. That's in Ephesians, protections and weapons. But I feel better letting a trained professional like Father Chad step into the ring on my behalf, certainly. Give me an idea of how much, how many people are practicing exorcisms in the world at your level, and how many more may be needed?
Well, as I mentioned when I first started, there was only about, as near as I could tell, 10 to 13 that were actually doing it. But as I mentioned, only 5 were at that level. It took me about 2 to 3 years to kind of get to the level which I'm at now, even though I was doing a lot of cases and that type of thing. To start dealing with the real complicated, difficult cases usually takes a little while. So right now in the United States, there's probably only about 15 exorcists that have that same level of that operate, basically dealing with the same kind of caseload that I actually do. There's about 3 around the country, though, that are top notch, that are up there, that I would say these guys are, we're kind of on the same kind of a level type of a thing. But there's actually not that, but there are a lot of priests around the country that actually do a lot of dealing with the lower level kind of cases around the country in the various dioceses. The last 3 popes who said every diocese should have its own exorcist, and as a result of that, a lot of bishops have started having priests become exorcists, but it takes a little bit of time to get to the point where they're proficient in it and they really know what they're doing.
One last thing from me, believers know that this stuff is real. I mean, it's in the Lord's Prayer, lead us not to temptation, deliver us from evil. It wouldn't be in there if it wasn't real. Spiritual warfare. We were born into sin. It goes back to Genesis and Adam and Eve. So this takes place. This is real. But what you do, Father Chad, has been controversial. It's come under controversy, and I think mainly from the secular world that doesn't understand and won't acknowledge an enemy. But do you feel some folks just don't buy in, and maybe you're attacked for what you do?
A small percentage, yeah, I would say there is a small percentage. As you noticed, that there's a shift in the United States where people are becoming more religious. So as a general rule, I think a lot of people tend to believe it. And if you're a Bible-believing Christian, I don't know how you get around it, as you were mentioning before. So there's kind of that. So there is a certain percentage that don't believe it. Some think that, these things can be explained purely by natural causes, like this is just psychological. Well, someone levitating and sticking to a ceiling is not a psychological problem. And changing shape is not a psychological problem. And so this is something which slowly but surely, I think that more and more people are starting to realize. I think the other thing is the more evil the world becomes, which we're seeing even in our own country, the more people are realizing this is a consistent pattern that I'm seeing, that this is just evil. And so there is evil in the world. And so I think they're more likely to believe it than they were just like 15, 20 years ago when I first started. So I think it's kind of improving, but I also think that it's kind of splitting. We're splitting. There's some people that are just becoming more serious about it and recognizing it, and other people that just aren't.
Yeah, just sign of the times. We do not live in the 13th century world of St. Thomas Aquinas. We live in today's society that has a proclivity to inviting dangers and inviting the enemy into your life. Zach, any last thing before we let Father Chad go?
Yeah, God, is it already time to let him go? It's sad to see him go. Yeah, people encounter your work through lectures, homilies, and podcasts, but behind the collar, there's something else. How would people who knew you before you became a priest describe your personality?
Probably as a loudmouth of some sort, but no, I think it's. I think that I don't know. That's actually a pretty good question. I was always very gregarious and always very interested in other people and that type of thing. So I was very outgoing, I think, in the past, and I think that as far as as I mentioned, most of the people who really know me would know that. Okay, so I'm an exorcist, and that's my primary job and focus in what I actually do. Nevertheless, I have a real interest, as I mentioned before, in still fly fishing and stuff like that. So I make sure I get back to Wyoming every single year to do fly fishing. And I lost my residency, so hunting's a little more difficult. I managed to get the fly fishing lifetime thing before I lost my residency. But so I still am very much attached to the state of Wyoming, the people, and its culture.
We love to hear it. And now you are doing the good work. As you look at the landscape out there, you've said there's the rise in the occult. You talk about the Epstein files, our political leaders. Is there an area in the current landscape that you see and you say that is something I'm keeping a close eye on? I am worried about that.
Yeah, probably what I'm really kind of watching is the fact that people's understanding of Christ's law, as he put in the scriptures and that type of thing, is there are certain people that are living it better and they're trying to understand it more and that type of thing. But there's also, it's very clouded in a lot of people's minds. So what people think is morally acceptable and things like that. And as a result, and so they think certain things are acceptable when they're actually not. That's kind of the scope of things I'm watching, because as the more as that becomes prevalent in a certain part of a society, the more influence the demons will actually have. But on the other hand, there's a lot of hope of the fact that, especially among the young people, a lot of them are trying to recoup that understanding of what kind of a life did Christ expect us to live? And so they're trying to do that. So that's kind of the thing I'm watching at a distance.
Fascinating stuff. What a discussion. I feel comforted knowing that this guy's on our side. He's fighting for the good. We serve a great king, and I feel doubly secure knowing you're a Wyoming guy. That's important to me as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you being on. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this final break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, from casting out demons in the supernatural world to a not so rough segue of casting out invasive weeds in Sublette County and across Wyoming. Julie Kraft joins us. Julie, supervisor at Sublette County Weed and Pest, also a member of the Wyoming Weed and Pest Council, an organization that's been around since 1973. Let's talk about who or what is the great enemy when it comes to IAGs. And then we'll give some exciting news when it comes to money that's been fueled into the fight. Great to have you on, Julie. And I mean, the one thing I can think of that's invasive, that's bad news, is cheatgrass. You hear it all the time today. Cheatgrass is one of the great evils facing all of us, whether it's wildfire or ranchers trying to put, some good feed into their cows.
Yeah, cheatgrass is throughout the state. We've been battling it for years. It's it's the big gun, I would say, in the invasive annual grass battle here in the state. There's several other very, very important grasses that we're fighting in different parts of the state, but cheatgrass is the one that's throughout the state and impacts all of our economics, agriculture, wildlife, affects people day to day in Wyoming.
And it's not a Wyoming thing, right? This was introduced decades ago, but who can we thank for cheatgrass?
Yeah, cheatgrass is one of those species that came in a variety of different ways. We brought it in as humans. It was a contaminant in seed that we brought in to grow for agricultural products. It's definitely a Western problem, but it's pretty much in all states. It's out east. They have problems with it too. It's just a little different how it grows there than how it grows out here in the West, and particularly in Wyoming, threaten our sagebrush steppe.
Julie, why is cheatgrass so not good? I mean, it can germinate in mild falls that get moisture. It germinates in the spring earlier than anything else. And the problem is it's dried up by mid-July, and that means a potential for fire fuel.
Yeah, because it can germinate both as a winter annual in the fall and then early in the spring, it has a really quick life cycle. As you said, it dries up kind of the latter part of even June in some areas. In places in the state, it's already up. Even with our dry weather we've been having, it's getting ready to seed out in a lot of areas. Then it'll go dormant, kind of shed its seed, turn into this straw-colored, basically fine fuel load for fires. In that it doesn't have much forage value for our wildlife, for our livestock, and then it creates this fuel load and can get really thick and abundant in places, and just kind of waiting for the match or a lightning strike, and then it can really burn in places that typically wouldn't see fire as much.
Weed and pest organizations in every county fighting the scourge that is cheatgrass, some more so than others. Cheatgrass not the only IAG; those are invasive annual grasses. We also got to be concerned with Ventonata, Medusa head. What are those?
Yeah, so those are some other really bad invasive annual grasses that we have. Luckily, they've been more isolated on the eastern side of the state. They actually have less forage value, just as invasive, but are isolated in the state. So there's a few others that we're watching as well. Things like bulbous bluegrass, which is a kind of an intermediate species, but definitely invasive in our state, and a few other invasive annual grasses to note that people are finding here and there. We're surrounded with them, these species, always at our doors, coming from our surrounding states. And so we're just trying to keep up the battle there within all the counties.
And making the battle proactive. I mean, we got to fight this. We got to attack it in a proactive manner. We fight it with money. Lots of it. And we got a little bit more. I mean, the news is good. Talk about the rebate program and Envu's commitment, more than $1 million worth to help fight the fight.
Yeah. Cheatgrass management is expensive because we have it on, almost 15 million acres estimated within the state. It's in every county. Every county is dealing with it. It takes a lot of money to fight this species. At the scale, we can fight it with small equipment, but usually it's an aerial attack we need to be doing. So it's aerial applications, which is also at a higher cost. Luckily, we have great partners with the Wyoming Natural Resource Trust, Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, that are working to get money into the state. And then Envu, the company that actually provides us these products, they're working hard for us too. We're investing our money into them, and they're giving us a rebate back to the state. They give money back to the counties. It's kind of like a coupon, basically. When we buy their product, then they invest back in us, and they gave a little over $1 million back to the trust fund this year to reinvest into further invasive annual grass management to really help us out. And $1 million goes a long ways. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of acres getting treated in the state.
I like the sound of that. The go-to treatment is a herbicide called Rejuvra. That's made by Envu. Does it work, Julie, and is it good for the environment?
Yeah, it works great. We were lucky enough up here in Sublette County to be one of the counties that really helped test this product out. We have some of our first study plots out with this product early in 2017 and 18, and really have been researching it and monitoring the product's effect. Not only does it manage cheatgrass very well, is that it's very protective of all our native perennial species in the systems. So sagebrush, a bitterbrush, all the grasses and forbs that we're trying to keep to protect our wildlife resources, our habitat, and rangeland forage. It protects those species because it works so specifically in the soil. It's very tightly bound in the top little couple centimeters of the soil, and its active area really is effective on cheatgrass and other annuals, protecting our native plants.
Envu's made the commitment towards fighting these IAGs, these invasive annuals. Sublette County Weed and Pest is just one of the 23 counties that are at the fight every day. Find out more at SubletteCountyWeed.com. Julie, we can also help. It shouldn't all come down to you. Landowners can help, get involved, learn what to recognize and who to call. And if you're just out there fly fishing, recreating like Father Chad, you might be out fly fishing. What could you recognize? What can you do? There are things, there's landowner programs Sublette County has, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's lots of programs throughout the state. Sublette County is much like any of the other counties in that we're working hard with our landowners. We work across fences to try to work with our federal landowners, our state landowners. There's lots of private programs. Just being aware, whether you're a rancher or a small acreage owner or just someone in town, letting us know if you find cheatgrass or you think you have, reaching out. We have a program on our Wyoming Weed and Pest Council website at wyoweed.org called Wild Watch. You can look there for identification of a species. Reached out to someone if you think you found something that's bad. We're always happy to come and investigate that and take those calls seriously. It's great to know that people are active and just being involved. Other things that just the citizens can do is be aware of when they're going to recreate, whether it's fishing or hiking or riding your horse or taking your dog for a walk. Be aware of what you're walking in, staying on trails, using principles. We have a program within the state that's called Play Clean Go. Being aware of those principles and making sure that you yourself are doing ethical recreation, staying on trails. If you get seeds in a lot of times we'll go and you'll get seeds in your sock, just being, throwing those in the trash instead of throwing them out at a park. Those are very important things. It seems like something really little that people can do, but it's a huge help to us as we try to fight these invasive species.
It sounds like a Tom Clancy's spy novel, but the enemies of the state are cheatgrass, ventonata, medusa head, and the like. And Julie Kraft is helping stamp them out. Julie, thank you so much for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. All right, we are out of time on this Tuesday Cowboy State Daily Show. Got to wrap it up. Y'all have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.